sitting there waiting, watching, without all your paraphernalia. Yep. Yeah, there's a guy Harvey that from New Zealand, I'm Kiwi, and he's got iPhones. He's scattered around the place and he goes out. He does commentary, like streaming. And then in between he's out there just moving around to get another angle depending on the game. But you're not doing that. Yeah, but hey, live streaming is just awesome. Well, it's good to get the sport out of that.
Morning. Question. Is there any way we could have a commentator dialing in? No?
in round one for our competition page 2, great medal of the Australian National Titles. Fourth one we have, I'll go back to the order. Point 7, we're minor and fairly, we see for opens as well on court 6, Louis Exton and Louisa Snow. On court 4, Jeff Johnson and Michael Ducey. James Rowe and Carolina Stewart on court 3. On court 2, Matthew Henderson and Jenny Pearson. And rounding off on court 1, Fiona Porch and Jane Hunt. Good luck to all of our athletes. Let's have a great day of competition.
Not in the stream, am I?
Ladies and gentlemen, warm up.
Warm up. And then you go when you need to go.
Yeah.
No, you don't need to go. You just go when you need to go. Then 3 this here, and then you give them a hard time. We've got 2. There's your headset. And you don't put on the whole, because you don't hear anything, right? It's just, that works, just putting it on like that.
I've never thought of it doing this.
I'll have a look at how to do it. You look there.
From this
When it's starting, yeah, count us in before we start.
All right, good morning everyone. On court at the moment. Playing in red we have Brent Minot from ACT, and blue we have Ben Fairley from New South Wales.
And you've got to introduce yourself, Barry, as
Oh,
well.
and I'm Barry Jesberg, I'm the current ACT coach.
And you've got Richard Bull back again. So,
And I've got
yeah.
Richard Bull, Boccia Australia president, with me here. Over to you, Richard.
Wow, it's great to be back for day 2 of the band. And thank you, Barry, for agreeing to help us commentate the first match of the day. So, what are you expecting? In terms of, you've seen both of these athletes play a bit, haven't you, Barry?
Yeah, I've seen these two play quite a few games, and it should be a nice tight game. They're both pretty much as good as each other.
And in boccia, how can you tell when a game is tight, when you've kind of got the two athletes and their skill levels are kind of quite comparable? What do you see on the court that lets you know that?
When each end is a low score, 1, 2 or 3,
Yeah.
any more than that, it's probably not going to be a tight game, but any less than 3, it's definitely going to be a tight game. And they usually go end for end. They usually win their own end.
Yeah.
But not always. If they lose their own end, that might give the opposition player an advantage.
Yep. And then you'll see that also. Do you also see that then in the turnover of the balls? Like, you know, it's almost like it's one ball each.
Yeah,
because they are so competitive.
Yes.
They're taking control of the jack with each time they throw.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's called a ball for ball game.
Is that what it's called?
Yes.
So this is where I'm getting to learn some things commentating. So we're kicking off now.
And here
Do
we
you want to
go.
just talk us through the first
Brent's
play?
red, so he plays the jack, and he's going for a 4-metre game. They'll both be thinking tactics as well,
Yeah.
knowing each other's game, so they'll know what one can play better at and not so good at. So, and that's a brilliant delivery on the first ball by Brent. He's put it up hard against the jack.
That's a tough shot to come back to.
Tough shot to come back from, for Ben, but he can do it. I've seen him do it. And that would both get a better view.
So I just want to welcome the 4 people we've got watching this morning. Welcome, and please do pop in any questions you've got for either Barry or myself, and we'll do our best this morning to talk you through the first game that's being live streamed today at the Boccia Australia National Titles 2024. So talk us through that one.
Right,
Is that what Ben
Ben
was?
just did a light drive. He was trying just to push the red ball off to the right of the jack there,
Yeah.
and that's a second attempt at it. He may change his tactic now. He'll do something different. Oh,
So he had the right line there, did he?
that was it.
Yeah.
That was the correct shot he wanted to do. He just didn't have enough weight in the shot.
Right.
All right. I think now he's gone over just to defending.
So he's trying to reduce the number of points.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, he definitely is. He's blocking now.
Yep. So is there a sort of number that you normally have with your 6 balls that you do attacking, and then when you haven't quite executed, you start defending?
Well, I coach my guys to never have any less than 2 when you're going to start defending.
So you want to start on your third
At
or
least
your
third,
second.
yeah.
At the last, your second last ball needs to be a
Correct.
defending shot. Right.
Correct, yep.
Yeah. And I can see Ben's taking a deep breath here, psyching himself up. He knows that this last shot's an important one.
Correct. And he was just distracted by the cheering and everything from the other court.
But this is the Nationals, and it's
Yeah.
good to have a bit of a crowd here that's making some noise.
Too right.
For one of
That's
the
what
games.
we need.
Yep. I can see the ref is going over there. He's looking to check that Ben hasn't put his chair onto the line, right?
Correct, yeah. That back leg.
Now, why has he gone right back in the box? What's the reason for doing that, Barry?
That changes the angle he has on his view on the head
Yep.
and helps him with his shot. And I think that's exactly what he wanted to do.
Oh, yeah.
Now he's got one behind.
Yep.
That one behind, if Brent comes through any too hard,
Yeah.
there's a good chance he can knock that jack back onto that ball that Ben just put him behind.
Yep.
It's a good defensive shot.
So what do you think Ben's going to do here with what's in front of him? Is he going to throw off, or do you think he's going to go for some more points?
Brent, he's considering his options now. He's come up to have a closer view of the head. He may try and put a couple extra points on here.
Yeah.
He may have a couple of shots at trying to get them. He's got a hole between those two blues. He may be able to go in off. But like I say, there's the danger of him knocking that jack backwards.
Ooh.
And that was
Good execution.
Good
there,
execution, yeah.
But just not quite getting.
just a little bit too wide, I think. I think it's only one red. That this blue behind here still looks closer.
It's always hard to tell from where we're commentating.
It is,
isn't
where
it,
we're
exactly
sitting,
what-
you
yeah,
can't.
yeah. So what's he trying to do there, Barry?
I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. I thought he'd come the other side now.
We don't have all the answers from you, do
No,
we?
no. I thought he'd try and come in through this gap here. He might. He does have the option of selecting to throw off,
Yeah.
but he doesn't necessarily have to. Full marks for continuing to try.
And he's changed his shot now. He was about to, wasn't he? So,
Yeah, that's Brent does that to try and help with his aim.
right. So that's what's happening there.
That's where I thought he'd go.
Ooh, so he's opened it up. No,
He's
has
opened it up. Yeah,
Yeah.
he can now knock that ball in. He might pick up another point here.
But Brent will use overarm and underarm throw? or-
Yes.
Yeah. And he's
He's
done nicely
snuck
there.
through, yeah.
But he's still that
I
Ben's
think-
behind blue ball is still.
It's the danger ball. Yep,
Yeah,
yep,
yep.
that was a great shot, that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh.
okay. Now we'll just wait for the referee to make his decision on how many points it is and measure, and that's a tight head.
And it's good to see we've got some more viewers who've joined us. So welcome. Welcome to the day 2, the first match that we're live streaming of day 2 of the Boccia Australia National Titles 2024. We've got Brent from the ACT versus Ben from New South Wales.
And for the short time that these two have known each other, it's only been about probably a year and a half now. They're both good mates as well.
They are they?
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yep.
So did they meet through Boccia, or did they know each other before?
Yeah, no, they met through Boccia, yeah. So,
And that is one of the great things of the sport, isn't it? Is
Most
the
definitely.
community.
Yeah. The friendships, the relationships that are built up. Even if you don't do very good at a tournament, it's great to catch up with all your old mates.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
2 red.
2 red. So, well done, Brent.
Great game, guys.
Is,
yeah.
is he going to be happy with that, or do you think?
He would have liked more.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Yeah.
And
And that was that behind ball that Ben did, right? That was,
Yes,
That was really
yes,
changed the end. Yeah. Because
Sure
he
did.
was looking at a lot more points down, wasn't he, Ben?
Yep. And now, second end, blue gets the jack, so it'll be Ben's jack.
Yep.
It'll probably be the reverse of what we just saw.
So it'll be about 4 metres. Is that what they generally these two
I think so,
these
yeah,
two
yeah,
athletes play? Yeah.
Every now and then they'll pull out a long game. They'll play 7-8 metres.
Yeah.
But yeah, they'll they usually win their own end. So always a great match to watch, these two.
And is that because, I mean, well, why? Why do they usually win their own ends, Barry?
Because they get to throw the jack,
Yeah.
and the most important shot of the game is that first coloured ball onto the jack.
Like we just saw with
Like
Brent
we just saw with Brent,
Because
yeah.
he really controlled, you've got such strong control of the jack, it's really hard then to
Correct.
recover
Yep.
control. Yeah.
Yep. If they miss with their first ball,
Yep.
that end can switch
Right.
very quickly and can be then the other person's advantage.
Yep.
Yeah, righto. I've got 5 minutes now till
Okay.
room time.
That's all good.
But I'm sure we can get through this end.
Just great having you for as long as we can, Barry. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see I'm going to need some practice at doing this.
No, you're doing a good job. No,
Yeah. Oh,
so is that not quite what Ben would have hoped? He's not looking happy with himself. He's got a
No,
face that's
no.
he's unhappy with that.
Ben
one.
had a beautiful line there. He was
Yeah.
dead straight onto the jack. It's just a bit light on weight.
So was that ball selection there that he maybe didn't quite select the right ball, or what do you put that down to?
The bag was more full of nerves, I think.
Which is entirely what happens at a band,
It
right?
is.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Oh,
So that wasn't quite taking advantage there?
No.
Because he's got I'm assuming there's a line to the ball there, right? Because of Ben's ball is...
Ben's ball's pretty much directly in Brent's line, but he can come down either side.
Right.
It's at that distance away from the jack, should be easy for him to get up next to it. Like so.
There we go. That's it.
There you go.
Yeah, nice.
That's the shot. But then that ball there also gives Ben a slight advantage because he can use it to ricochet in onto the jack. If he has a direct line, I can't really see properly from here.
Yeah.
But it looks to me like Ben's got a line down that his first blue might be slightly in the way. But let's see what he does.
So he's box positioning. What's that suggesting to you in terms of...
It
where
looks
he's
like he's going to attempt to do the shot that
Right.
I've suggested.
Which means that ball will land between the red and the jack if it's
Correct, if he gets it right. And that's called a wedge.
a wedge.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've learned something else. Hopefully some of you listening have learned something. That's fantastic. And ooh,
That's what I thought. I thought he might go up against his blue.
yep, and that's exactly what's happening, right?
Now he should be able to correct himself.
Now, is it moments like this where being ambidextrous can help? Like if
Yeah,
Ben
most definitely,
could
most
actually
definitely.
throw as accurately with his left arm, yeah. Oh, there he.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's
Oh, and in
quite
fact
a
now
bit-
that ball is ricocheted off and is actually further blocked. Is that
It's
right?
blocked. Yeah, it's right in his way now.
So is this where you try something like a lob? Do you get to the point where?
A lob would probably work, yes.
But that's a really tough shot
It's
to
a
execute. isn't
it's a
it?
fairly long lob, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, lobs are harder the longer it is.
The
right?
further it is,
Right,
yeah,
got
yeah,
it,
yeah.
Got it.
And it's rare that either player will lose their own end. There he goes with the
He
ball.
did. Oh, he
He
went
did it, and he almost got it too.
I think I've got a career here, Barry.
Yeah,
I mean, I called that one.
He might try it again.
You think he's going to...
He's considering it. Just watching his body language.
So Brent is 2 up on his first end, and
Yep.
this is where Ben, I think, was hoping to have equalised, but now he's looking to just limit the damage, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh,
Oh, beautiful.
he got the jack.
He did an almost perfect lob then as well.
Yep.
He managed to drag that jack away. That now opens it up for him. It gives him plenty of room to get amongst it there.
But he has got the challenge that Brent's got 4 in hand, right? Brent's
Yes.
got 4 balls, so...
Karina, you go to the call room. I'll be there when this end finishes. All right. Just tell them I'm commentating and I'll be there. Thank you. I'll see you in there. Thank you.
So he was trying to go up on the right-hand side of that jack.
I think what his intention there was to try and knock that jack back a little bit further,
Right.
thus multiplying
Yep.
his amount of points.
Yep.
So yeah, at this stage now he has left Brent with the advantage. Brent's just got to work it out to get through.
Yep.
And again, maybe the lob, because that wall at the front there has kind of blocked both of them. However, if you check the closest blue,
Yeah.
that's a pretty big scoring circle around that jack.
So he'll be hoping for how many points do you think out of this end?
Probably he's got 4 balls
4
left,
balls left, yeah.
so he'll probably get 2 more points. Oh, and he did it
he's
quite
through that,
easily.
yeah.
So he's not blocked off, although to us it looks like the wall is blocking him.
Yep.
He has got plenty of room down this side. So there may be more points yet. Yeah,
Look at that. No.
brilliant execution.
Oh, that's well
played,
executed,
Brent.
isn't
Yes,
it? Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah.
I think it's due to his coach that he's doing so well. Yeah.
Now, who would that be, Barry? Yeah, let me just
it could
think
be
that one.
me.
It could be, yeah. I think you're going to have to take some direct glory here.
To be honest,
Yeah.
all I really do with Brent is I only get to observe him
Right.
because he has his own ideas and his
Yeah.
own what we call it, his own procedures and everything that he uses.
Yep.
And for me to observe, I've not picked up anything that he's possibly done wrong or
Right.
needs assistance with. He's just
See, they're more as a sounding board if he's looking for ideas or he's
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. We discuss things occasionally, but
Yep.
99% of it he manages to work out himself.
Now, you've come with some terms, and I've learnt some terms, so thank you for the 2 ends that you've been able to commentate. I know you've got to go to the call room in a minute.
Yep.
Is there a term for that type of coaching?
Pleasurable. With some athletes, like for James Rowe, for example,
Yeah.
it's taken us a few years to get James up to speed, but Brent came off the truck and was ready to race.
There you go.
You know,
Yeah.
using
yeah. So, as a coach, you're pleased with 5 reds because that now is it?
but not what I expected.
No.
Definitely not what I expected. But yeah.
So Ben's going to have to work hard now to come back from this
Yeah,
because he's 7 down now.
Yeah.
But 2 ends to go. So with Boccia, that's not a certain position for a win, is it?
Well, there was a BC1 game here yesterday where the red player got 2 the first end, 3 the second end, and he got 1 the first end, 2 the second end, and 2 the third end.
Yeah.
And the other player got 6 in the fourth end,
That's Boccia.
which won the game.
That's Boccia. Yep.
Now, one of the things I have noticed over the years with most of the athletes that I've had playing is they'll have 3 reasonable ends, and there'll always be 1 bad end.
Right.
And it happens to everybody.
Which is just what happened to Ben with his second,
correct.
his first end, but the second end of this game.
Yes.
Now I know you got to go. I
Yep.
hope you'd be able to come back and do some more in the next few days. If there's another opportunity, we'd love to have you back commentating,
Another
Barry.
opportunity? Most definitely, I'll be here. Thank you so much, Richard.
Thank you, Barry.
Enjoy, everybody.
All right. Well, that means you're left with me, everyone. So I'm going to do my best, and I think you're going to get a bit more observation because I've actually got no one else to actually ask. Now playing a bit longer. So not as strong as that first end where that red was between the jack and Ben. So it'll be interesting to see what Ben now does with this one because he's got an open jack. So Ben's managed to get close enough there to get the switch. And over to Brent. So the jack's still wide open here for either of them. Well, certainly for Brent now to have a go at controlling. And while that line was spot on, just perhaps a bit too much behind that ball. So the jack is still open for Ben. And I think I learnt from the last end from Barry that this leaves open a wedge where there's the opportunity for Ben to use Brent's red ball and the jack. And he can aim between those two to get a wedge in there and control the jack. So 3 balls played and that jack is still open for both players. Ben's going through his technique, taking a deep breath. He'll have his little steps that he takes before he releases the ball. Now, has Ben done enough? He has not, and so Ben's turn again. Ooh, he'll have now, yeah, he's got control, so back to Brent. But from where I'm sitting, commentating, Brent's got a clear line there to the jack. And my uncoach mind says he's going to try and push that. Don't think that's quite what Brent will have hoped. He was going to go for the jack and push the jack back. There we go. Bang on the jack. Brent to go again. Ben will be pleased, I think, that this will be Brent's last ball. Oh, lovely line there. But I think there's an opportunity here for Ben to bring... He's coming out to have a look. I think he'll see there's a space there for him to come into the jack. He's certainly measuring up against his box. He's got a plan. Now let's see how Ben goes in terms of executing that plan. He's going to ask for the score. Yep. So he knows what he's working with. Ben's got a minute 20 left and he's got 3 balls to play. And at the moment Brent's 7 up. So Ben really wants to get maximum points. Yeah. And that's another point. They'll be very pleased with that. He's got time, plenty of time. 2 more balls. He won't be so pleased with that one. And he's taking his time. He knows he's got time and he wants this ball to count. He needs that extra point. And I think he's done a beautiful job there. He'll be pleased that he's not just won this end, but he's got a few points back on the scoreboard. And they've both come out and agreed with the referee in terms of the number of points that Ben's got for this end. And that is 3. 3 to Blue, 3 to Ben. So going into the 4th end, our last end on this game, it is 7 for Brent and 3 for Ben. I can see him taking a bit of a sigh of relief there because he's kept himself in the game with that 3-point win on the 3rd end. And I'm certainly not sure what the exchange was there, but it certainly brought a smile to Ken Taylor, our Boccia Australia referee that's refereeing this match. And Ben, they're enjoying some repartee there. But that is Ben. He's always enjoying his boccia. Always up for a smile and a bit of banter. And he's doing his deep breathing, as you can see, shaking their hands, doing the deep breathing, and now he's looking at me doing the commentator, and I'm getting a smile. So, exciting last end. Perhaps not as close as Barry thought it would be after that second end from Ben. Now let's see what he's going to do. He's going similar length, maybe a little bit shorter. And what will he do with his first blue ball? Oh, that's nice. He'll be very pleased with that one, much improved from that first ball on the second end. So that won't have been quite what Brent was hoping for. What he's done is pushed Ben's ball right up against the jack. he will have hoped to have got a bit of the edge of the ball so that it spun away from the jack. And this is my best, sorry those listening, this is my best commentary as the non-technical boccia person. And he'll be hoping, I think he'll go now to move that blue off the jack. And it's tough, as we saw, it's tough once the jack is controlled so strongly, tough to get that opponent ball off. And that's what Brent's now finding. In fact, I think Brent is now going for defensive shot, and he's just going to pack his balls around the jack so that it's hard for Ben to get any more points, because he's 4 up. He's happy to give away 1 point on the last end, but he'll stack up the balls. So Ben's going to find it difficult to get more points. Now at the moment, he's got to get a ball on that right-hand side, which is exactly what he was doing there, and he's nailed it. I think he's looking, it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Ben's got a tough job here. He's going to have to use a ball or two to move reds away and try and find 4 points. He's got 5 balls, and he's got to find 4 points. Well, he's got to find 3 more points using 5 balls. That's why they call this chess with balls. Brent needs to kind of work out a sequence of how he's going to work what's on the balls that are on the court, and certainly Brent's balls, how he's going to work those away, create some space, but not use too many balls to do that, because he needs 3 of his 5 balls to be point scoring balls. He's going for that right-hand side of the jack. I think he's got the opportunity there to peel that red ball away. I think that's what he was trying to do with that last ball. But as Barry said, nerves plays a big role when you're playing at the Nationals. We often, playing at the Nationals, you've got a skill set against your competitor that's usually pretty similar. And that's where what you're being able to calm yourself, being able to bring the best out in yourself, what happens between your ears, that's where the real competition happens at this level. So Brent's got 3 balls left, and he needs to find 3 points. Is that 3 point? He's got to find 4 points, I should say. That's nice. That's opened up the right-hand side of the jack there. It's got to find 4 points, and he's got 2 balls left to bring in 4 points. So I think that would be pushing that red ball. I can't quite see because of my perspective, but I think that red ball that's just behind the jack, he needs to ricochet off that back into the jack. If he can do that, you might be able to tell better at those online watching. But from where I am, it looks possible. Ben's using his time. Oh, and that's great push. He's definitely got that point there. Now with the last ball, can he create 4 points here? That was a very good shot. Has he done enough though? We won't know until we get the score. So nervous few moments here for Ben. As the referee gets down, it's that red ball behind that's going to be his undoing. Looking at his face, he's shrugging his shoulders. He's not sure. He's not looking confident. Ben, that is not looking confident. Looks like he's got at least 3, Ben, but that's not enough. Ben needs 4. And it looks like it's 3. So close, Ben. But well done, Brent. Brent came out strong those first 2 ends, and he's well and truly done enough to hold Ben back. But there was only one point in it, and very, very close there at the end. So congratulations to Brent. But well played on Ben. He wasn't fazed by going down the first 2 ends, and came back very strongly, as you saw there in the last 2 ends. But on that last, even though he did have 5 balls to play with there, he just wasn't able to get that last point. That would have gone to a tiebreaker and would have seen us, with the first game of today on our live stream court, go to a tiebreaker. So going to take a break now until the second game. Thank you very much for those live streaming. We'll be back shortly. come and take over. At least I've got one other, so that's good.
You don't have to film. It's up to you.
I might get a replacement. No, Shane will give us he'll give us the 3-2. So welcome back for our second game on the live stream court. You've got Richard Buller here, President of Boccia Australia, doing my best imitation of a sports commentator, but I've actually got someone with me now who actually knows boccia. So, Barry, welcome.
Danielle from Queensland. So they're just in the warm-up at the moment, and we will see how they get going. So Arian's gone blue and Danielle's gone red, which means that she will be going first with the jack in the game.
And Richard's going to hand over to Phil, who's... No, you're not. You're apologising for not being a... There we go. You stuck with me, Barry. Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's not a problem. Okay. Okay, looks like we're ready to go. So Danielle will have the jack first. Don't really know much about her. I know quite a bit about Arian, but we'll see how she goes. She decided to go for a short jack. Now she'll play a first ball, which will be a favourite ball to that distance, and try and block Arian to stop him getting any points. That's a pretty good shot. Does leave the jack open quite a bit though for Arian. He should be able to pick that off. He may well decide to move it. He's actually come out to have a look to see what his best shot is. He could just get on it, but then it'd limit him for getting more points because the red's really close. So he may well choose to get rid of the red before he gets on it.
What's the advantage of doing that, pushing that red?
Because even if he gets his on now, he won't actually be able to score any more points because that red's in the way.
Right, okay.
If he gets his right on, he won't be able to get anything else. So he's actually got to, if he wants more points, I mean, it depends how aggressive he's going to play, or whether he's going to be quite passive and just get it on. But he's going to, and the other thing as well, it's an easy knock-up for Danielle to get it even closer. So he has tried to knock it out, and he's created a bit of space.
Yep.
Now the issue now is he's actually still blocked by her ball. Danielle's still holding, so what he has to do now is draw up alongside. Now the sensible option would be to draw up alongside on the left, on his left,
yep.
So that it's actually blocking. It's easier for him to do it on the right, but it'd actually be better if he did it on the left because that would be blocking Danielle. We're just got to see what decision he makes. So he's moving back in the box, which gives him more of an option, more of an angle. I think he's going to take the option that I've suggested. Looking at the way he's positioned himself, I think that's definitely the way he's going to go, because it blocks Danielle then. So even if he doesn't get successful and get closest, he's actually just going to be putting some blockers in.
And exactly
what he did.
Yep. So
it's-
you're a coach. You've done this before, then.
I've done it a few
Oh,
times.
Barry. See, that's why we've got a coach as a commentator rather than Richard trying to make things up as he goes along.
Danielle's still got an option to get through here. She's got an option to knock her ball up. But yeah, Arian's definitely created some problems for her. A little bit wide with that one. So she's going to move to try and get a little bit better angle. Taking a few deep breaths. Tricky, you can see what she's trying to do. She's trying to get through. She's definitely focused. And that's going to come through. I think it's knocked it closer. It has. So it's now Arian's go. He has got quite a bit of space to get through, or he could try and knock his own blue up. He's coming out to have a little look. It's a bit tactical, like chess. He's trying to make the best decision. And they've still got plenty of time left. He's got 2 minutes, 10 seconds. But he has actually got 4 balls. So he's got 30 seconds of ball to make his decisions. But he can be quite quick when he needs to be. So he's gone right to the back of the box. And he's repositioning himself to give himself the best angle. 2 choices here, really. You can get rid of that red on the right, or he can try and knock his own blue up. It looks like he's going for the blue, which he did.
Oh, and now is that something that he's planned to do? Or
Oh
is
yeah,
it just-
100%. No, he's definitely planned to do that.
He's got 2. I mean, out of 1 shot.
I think he got. He got lucky with the fact that the ball stayed. He was actually probably intending to knock the blue closer, and the other one would be a sacrifice, probably go out.
Right.
So he's got lucky there. But yeah, what Danielle might do now is just try and block, because she can't really get through there.
And she's got 2 balls
And
left,
and
right?
she wants the last 3 balls for Arian. She wants them to be quite inert. But no,
Yeah.
she's going aggressive. She's still going for it. Still going for the points.
So she was trying to look at pushing that red
Pushing
ball.
the far right hand red up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to see her block now with this one, just to try and stop Arian getting any more.
So if you were her coach, that's
I
what
would
you
want
do?
to. I want to see her block it. Yeah. She's just rolling the ball. She's got plenty of time left. She's got 2 minutes left. She's taking her time and thinking about it. You can see the cogs turning. She's thinking about it.
She's going through a little prep tick.
And I think she did. That was actually that was an attempt at a block. She wasn't
Yeah.
trying to knock anything up there. That was an attempt at a block. Now it's going to be difficult for Arian to try and get more, but he may be able to get 3.
Yeah.
He's only got 1.5 minutes left. He's really thinking about it now. He's asking the score, and it's definitely 2 blue. He's moving back in the box. He's going to go for the left hand on his left hand side, that blue.
Yep.
He's going to try and come up alongside that. And even if he hits the red, he won't knock it past the blues,
Because he's got the
because
blue
he's
bit-
already got the blues
blue in
protecting,
behind
so
it. Yep.
he hasn't really got a lot to lose. If he gets 3, I think that'll be a bonus, but I don't think he can get more than 3.
Well, he's got one minute.
They'll get a siren now. You'll hear the alarm go off, and they'll say 1 minute. Yeah, so he did hit the red, but it wasn't dangerous, and he's actually made a bit of a space. Hasn't changed anything, but he's now going to try and get in. He's got a bit more space now to try and get into that blue.
Oh.
He gave it a go, but it wasn't dangerous. So he did hit the red again and knock it a bit closer, but still 2 blue at the moment. If he hits it again, he could possibly get 3.
And will Arian really be expecting to get another point out of his current advantage sort of situation?
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, it's going to be a measure now, definitely,
Yeah.
because of the way that the balls are sitting. There is 1 red that is possibly closer. I would anticipate, looking at it from here, it looks like 3.
Yep.
But we'll see what the referee says. So the guys are invited out to come and have a look to see if they agree, and they're allowed to dispute the fact that they might not agree, and it looks like Arian might ask for a measure. He's scrutinising it. But either way, it's good that he's actually won on somebody else's end, because he gets to throw next. So it's a good start for New South Wales. The referee is called Maz. She's a very experienced referee. She's been doing it for quite a while, and she travels around to quite a lot of our bocce tournaments.
Which state is she from?
I think she's from Queensland.
Queensland, yeah, I was thinking that too.
Yeah,
Eric.
from Queensland, but
Yeah.
she comes along even to the our state titles and to the Penrith titles, and she just likes bocce and likes to travel. So they are disputing a little bit on the numbers.
And as you say, that's entirely
And,
within the rights of
totally
the athlete,
within the
right?
rules. Yep. So the referee has their opinion, but you're entitled to use your voice, choice, and control, and say, "I want to measure."
So we've seen 2 balls moved. What does that mean?
So that means they've already been conceded.
Yep.
They've already been told that they're definitely counting balls.
Yep.
So they're conceded. So it's definitely 2, and now it's a measure now to see which is the closest red and whether any of the blues are closer. So they use little calipers, which are make it easy to make the measurement. So they measure the closest ball, and then they go to the other balls and see if it fits in. And when it gets really, really close, you can end up using feeler gauges. And when the balls are touching, sometimes you need a torch to be able to see whether there's any light whatsoever and which one's touching.
Angles are everything, right? Because I'm looking at that, and that blue ball that looks like the one that's closest to us looks like it's really close to the jack, but
Yeah,
it's not necessarily, right?
And it's amazing that your perception when you're not actually right on top of it is amazing. Sometimes you think, well, that's definitely not the score, but it is.
Yeah.
So what happens now is the players go back to their boxes, and then the referee decides shows them what the score is. They agree the score, and then they said the end is finished. And then the referee will show us what the score is. So that's the score. End is finished, and it's 3 blue. So great start for Arian.
And as you said, particularly because this wasn't his end.
No, it was, so the idea is when it's your end, you're supposed to have the advantage.
Yep.
It doesn't always work out because sometimes people foul the jack, which means it switches over to the other player.
And how does a foul of the jack happen?
So if it doesn't clear the V line is the gold standard. You can see the green V in front of the players.
Yep.
That's at 1.5 metres from the players, and it goes out in a V to 3 metres. And they've got to basically get over that line, but also they've got to keep it within the court. If they don't keep it within the court, then the other players get to switch to use the jack. So now the coaches are just talking to the players, talking strategy. So Peter King's talking with Arian Shah, and I don't know the Queensland coach's name, but they'll be talking tactics. So
that's actually the Queensland coach was Bruner, I
Bruner,
know, and that's
right.
not Bruner. So I think
Right.
that will be maybe it's Danielle's personal coach.
If I've interpreted this correctly, my reading of the body language between Arian and Peter is that he's going to go long, and I think that's probably.
What did you see in the body language that told you that?
The way that I can see the way that the Danielle hasn't got the sort of length shot to be able to play,
Right.
and also it's a way of really sort of punishing to play to your strengths. And there you go, he's gone
You read
long.
it absolutely right.
There you go.
Yep.
So
Well, you heard it here first. That's why we got a 30-second delay, right?
otherwise we'd be cheating. So Arian, the only thing with this is it's really close to the line, so there's likely to be some balls that go out.
Go out, yeah.
And it could even be Arian's that go out because it is really close. I always think that's a little bit dangerous, but I think it's definitely playing to his advantage, and that's why when he's used his jack, he knows he can go long, and I'm guessing he's done his research on Danielle that she can't go long. That's a little bit long, but it's still wide open. So if she can get that distance, the jack is basically wide open. There's no blocking. It's gone behind, but it's as difficult for anybody, especially throwers, to be able to get that kind of distance.
And what makes the difference playing it, particularly for BC2s? What makes the difference in terms of, I guess, accuracy at this length?
The closer it is to you, it's like anything. That it'd be easier if I was throwing anything at all, a tennis ball into a bucket. It's a lot easier to do it when it's close to you than it is when it's further away.
Right, so what is that telling us about Danielle then?
So I think that Danielle may not have the same sort of strength as Arian. The referee's asking Arian to move back because he's impeding Danielle. If she's actually thrown her hardest ball, then that should mean she now needs to concentrate on blocking. She definitely needs to be able to concentrate on blocking him so he can't get any more. So she doesn't need any of these balls to go out. Now that was a harder ball. You could hear the noise when it went past.
Yep.
So she just needs to put all 6 balls at that length so that he can't get to there. Now some players can lob it over the top. I'm not sure Arian's got that in his arsenal. I know some of the players because that's a really long. Length, it's a lot longer. Yes. Some of the BC4s like JP, he can certainly lob it to that length. Mm-hmm. Scott Ellsworth as well. He can get that sort of distance. But I think Arian's more. I think that might be a bit out of his range, but we'll see.
Well, we might have JP actually listening in. Anyway, drop us a comment if you are. I just wanted to acknowledge we've got Hiron Dammond watching from New Zealand. He's a BC3 player, so it's great to have New Zealand players, athletes tuned in and watching the Boccia Australia National Titles.
Because we've got quite a few New Zealand players playing. And also one of the referees is a New Zealand referee as well. I was timekeeping for him yesterday. So that was unfortunate. She dropped that one. That was a mistake. She's just got to try and get everything in front now. The problem here is that if she doesn't block up now, because she obviously hasn't got that distance, then there's a real danger that Arian can get 6. And she's taking her time. She knows what she's got to do. That was a better throw.
That's a good one, yeah.
So that's really good because then none of them are in front of each other.
Yep.
They're all spread out sideways. So it's going to make it difficult. So she really needs to fill that block where those 3 are. If she can put one in there, then that's as good as she could possibly.
One more on the other side of the one that she's just put in. Yeah.
Yes, she just needs to fill that block in. Otherwise, Arian's just got to get past. And she did try, but she just that's not bad. That's not bad. Now what Arian's got to do now is he'll come out and have a look and see how far away that closest red is.
Yeah.
And then he can work out what his scoring span is. If you put a circle around it of where that red is, so that's what he's doing. So he knows that he's basically got about 1.5 meters.
So he's got a big circle,
massive circle.
But he is up against the side of the court. That gives him a little less room, right?
Yes, but if he actually comes anywhere past those red balls, it's a scoring ball.
Yep.
As long as it's not too wide.
So the last thing he wants to do, though, is get one of his blue balls snagged on particularly on that far
and that's
right
what
red
she's.
ball, because then he'll start blocking himself.
Yes,
right?
yes, and that's why she's put them all there to be able to put a little minefield up to block him.
Right.
And it's definitely not going to be easy. See, that ball's gone out.
Yeah.
So that was the danger of being that far. Yeah. So for his next end, if I was Peter coaching, I would say, okay, do that length again, but bring it more in the middle. And then you've got more space to be able to go. He hasn't given himself any space by going where he's put the jack.
But he didn't know yet how far Danielle could go, right? Is that
well, no.
part of it,
I would think if at this sort of level, when you get to these sort of competitions, and even myself with my player, Matt Van Hook, we watch the opposition play.
Right.
So when she played yesterday, he would have been watching and doing the research and seeing what she can do.
Yep.
And then you play to your strength. So that's a great shot.
Look at that. So he's found the gap.
So he's found the gap. Yeah. But again, I would be surprised if you can get them all through there. It'd be really difficult to be able to do that.
Yep.
So the minefield's working. She's managed, and that's another blocker for him now. So
that gap is effectively closed up
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can see him adjusting his chair. And what do you think he's looking for here? Looking at how
Trying to see where he can get past and where he can sneak past. So obviously on the right-hand side of those reds is so tight that he put the ball out. I would actually prefer to see him coming up through the middle. So that's gone out as well.
Yep.
So that he's created his own issues. He's created his own problems. But again, he's got 2 already. And he's not likely to be able to knock up the reds any further. So that's not going to be an issue because it's too far to knock up a ball.
But there's no danger here, right? He'll just play out. He's only got 1 ball. He's got 1 ball to play.
Yeah.
And what do you think he's going to play with this shot, considering where he's in the box now?
The difference with these is I don't know what type of ball he's got left. Whether it's a hard one,
It's
it's
going
fairly
through.
soft.
He's
it's
found
gone
it.
too long. It's gone too long.
But he found
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
So he's not happy with himself, though, is he?
He got the gap, but yeah, it's a result. He got the 2, so he's 5 up. So it's a reasonable result, but I think it could have been better, and I think that's yeah. So as you see this time now, there's no arguing, no measuring.
Yeah.
Everything was pretty straightforward.
But it's fair to say Danielle's minefield, as you called it, worked.
Yeah, definitely, yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Yep, shark net.
I like that. All right, I've been learning terms. I learnt wedge from Barry, the other Barry from ACT
Barry.
this morning. Yeah, that's right.
Barry Yesberg.
So learnt the term wedge, and
There you go.
I think this is a new one. I think we'll go with this one, Barry. We'll go shark net, right?
Shark net,
Yeah,
yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, he's got a chucky shark neck out there. Stop them getting through. So Peter's having a chat with her now, and having a chat with Arian and telling him where he's going and boosting his confidence. But he's 5 up, so he's pretty comfortable now. So Danielle now is going to try and get some points. Main thing is in this game is getting your first ball on, because that really creates problems for the other player. She's happy, she's smiling. She knows she's doing her best. So if you look at the angle of the chair, she's definitely going to be going short, which is going to be to her advantage. And she plays to her own side to try and make it harder for Arian.
And what hardness of ball do you then play if you want to play well playing this short?
So when
what's her selection going to be now?
Your first ball will be your softest one, because
Okay.
it's the hardest one to move.
Right.
But you'll also have a hard ball later on to be able to use as a knockout ball. So if she gets this on,
Yep.
Arian will use his hard ball to get out. A little bit wider than the first one.
Yep.
So Arian's got more of a space to get in, so he won't try and knock this out this time. He'll just go and try and get his own ball on.
So Aaron's going to be happy with the positioning of this one?
Yeah,
And that's because the jack is nice and open?
No, not wide open, and
Yeah.
he's 5-0 up. So he's pretty much cruising at the moment. So you can see Arian's just checking his chair because they have to stay within the box.
What happens if they're
So
out of the box?
if they're out of the box, then it's a penalty. So if the wheels are over the line, then the problem is because they're looking forward in the chair. That's a good shot. Still open. Because they're looking forwards, they've got 6 wheels, and it's really difficult to see the back wheel. And you can get a penalty without even knowing it.
So what do you do to? What do you do?
You
to
basically
prevent
have
that
to
sort of penalty?
understand. You have to understand the size of your chair. But if you are over the line, the other player gets a penalty, which means at the end of the game, they get to throw their ball into the rectangle in the middle of the court. And if they manage to get it in completely inside the rectangle, the square, sorry, it means that they can get an extra point. She's managed to hit the ball there, but it was a little bit hard. I think she might have been trying to maybe move Arian's blue.
Yeah.
So she's actually covered it up a little bit more. But you can tell she's thinking about what she's doing, which is good. That's a great shot. Absolutely great shot. And you can see that she's celebrating.
Yeah, she's very happy with that one.
She's loving
So
life
letting
in
us
that
know.
one.
Yeah.
Yep. So Arian's
And as
nice.
she should be, right?
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
That, yep.
That's a great shot. So Arian's pretty focused. He's going to come out and have a little look and assess the situation. And the tricky thing for Arian now is he can't really just afford to he can't knock his own blue up, and if he hits her red, it might just stay there. But I think he's going to probably go for a blast down the middle. So what he's got now is he's got a bigger target to aim for, the red and the blue. Doesn't matter.
So if he hits the blue, then he's pushing the blue back.
Yeah, and he can also, it'll ricochet off the blue onto the white and knock that back.
Right.
So yeah, he's definitely going to be going for a harder shot here. And he's a little wayward.
Ooh.
It would have had the effect that we said if he'd have been on target a bit more, so he's going to reposition his chair and probably try it again.
So we're talking about chairs before and getting in the box. What does an athlete do to get in their head the size of their chair? So the guy Arian's looking there now.
Yeah,
he's
so
checking.
he'll have a marker. So the middle wheels are what they can see. They can't see the back wheels.
Yep.
And they'll know how far, if they can see the middle wheels, how far the back wheels are actually be in the box. So, and he's managed to get it close, but I'm pretty sure that's still one red. It is.
It is.
So he may well go for a damage limitation now with 2 balls left. He may well just block it up.
Oh, he's got 3.
3 balls left.
Yeah.
Yes, he may well be a bit more aggressive.
Because he can afford to be aggressive with 1 more ball and then go defensive, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think he's going to choose to do?
I think he'll probably have 1 more go, and if he doesn't hit it with this one, I think they'll block.
And he's going to try and move that red ball off.
Yeah, if he can get rid of that red, he can have, because the chances are if he gets rid of that red, his own ball will stay behind.
And then he's got 3 points.
Then he's got 3 points.
Wow.
He's running a bit low on time because he's still got half his balls left, and he's only got 1:20. Right, so he moved his closer, and it looks like it is closer. So
we didn't pick that one though, did we?
No.
Because that was the and that's the angle, right? Because where we're sitting, we don't have quite the same knowledge.
No, definitely. It looks to me and you that the red is closer.
It does. I know, it looks like it's right up against it, but it's clearly not, right?
No, but so Danielle now will either try and get between the red and the blue, or just try and knock her red up.
She's stopping herself, taking a breath there.
She's a very focused player.
She's definitely got the mindset right.
Definitely.
She's got plenty of time. Oh, look at that.
That's another great shot.
That's a competitive shot, isn't it, that one?
Still her to go. She's got plenty of time, so she's not in a rush.
But that is going to make it more difficult for Arian with his subsequent balls, yeah?
Definitely, because everything's all in the way. It's definitely a very tight end, and this is the way you want to see it. You don't want to see somebody winning 4 and 5-0. You want to see it being 1-0.
And here does it start to get a bit more challenging because she's got no choice now, right? This is the softness or the hardness of what's left.
Yes, it's whatever's left,
and that makes it more difficult to execute.
Yes.
Yeah, what she wants with this last ball.
Yeah, unfortunately she went a little bit wide. So I've got a feeling that Arian may well throw off.
Throw off, yeah.
We'll see. So the referee's saying what the score is. He's got time, he's got a minute. The clock's not actually running.
Which it needs to run if he's asking for a score, right?
Yes.
Yeah, which the timekeeper's just restarted the clock, yep.
Okay, so it's Arian's decision now.
And he's going to go for another ball. You're just kind of got a question there?
I know what he's going to do. He's actually going to practice to the cross. Or he's practicing he's going to practice to his next jack length. So that's what he's doing. So he knows that it's too dangerous to go for that head.
Yep.
So my players, I try and get them to go to the cross to try and learn to make sure that if he goes to a tiebreaker or a penalty, you can get there.
And when you say practice, I mean, it's not just about the throwing, right? It's about knowing how the ball rolls on the floor in that part of the court, right?
Which varies, especially this is an old wooden court.
Yeah.
The wooden floorboards, so you can see, it's obviously got all sorts of variations and whatever. But yeah. it's pretty rare nowadays in the more modern boccia that people actually throw off and give all the balls away. Most of them use their time to practice, and I think that's a good thing because it sort of intimidates the other player because you're basically saying you've got that much time on your hands that I'm winning and I can practice to the cross and I can practice to my own jack length.
Yep.
Which is intimidating.
And we were just talking about the importance in the previous game about mind and what goes on between your ears.
Yes.
Particularly at this level, how much of it's about mindset, right?
Yep, definitely. So she's happy. She kept it to 1. So yeah. And I think if you look at the rankings, 6 against 3, I think she's pretty happy about that. To be able to keep it to that.
And Arian's also now competing internationally, and that's something that I don't think Danielle's been doing.
No, definitely not.
Yep.
I think Arian's got a lot more experience.
Yep.
Having a little word with the referee about the way that he is. So now Peter will have a chat with him. I've got a feeling they're going to go for a longer jack, but more in the middle than to the edge.
Exactly as you kind of predicted. Yeah, when we looked at the results of that second end,
because that's the good thing is that
he was losing a number of balls off the side of the court. Wasn't
that's
he?
the good thing about having a coach with you is that they can look at it objectively and they can actually say, this is what you actually, from an outside point of view, this is what you should be doing. Doesn't necessarily mean they're always going to take your word, but let's see what he does. So Arian has gone for slightly longer jack, not as long as the first one. So if you look, he's actually level with the box.
And why do you think he's chosen that length as opposed to not going as long as he did last time?
Because he didn't get an opportunity to get as many points as he wanted.
Right.
Because he was so close to the line and so far over. He's in cruise mode at the moment, so he's just playing to what he's comfortable at.
And why is the number of points important at this point in the pools?
Because if it goes to if it goes against another player, in a tie-break, it's how many in the actual pool. It's how many points you've got for and against.
Right.
So he wants to get as many points as he can, and that's why when he didn't throw off, he actually practiced to this jack length that we saw.
Yep.
So he's gone past, so it's pretty wide open. So.
And we saw Danielle. We have seen her do some good executions at that length, right?
We have, yes.
Well within her.
She can definitely get to that, yes.
Yeah.
And she
has.
has.
In fact, look at this.
What a great shot.
She's done it, hasn't she?
And it also is blocking Arian as well.
Yeah.
And the danger there is that if Arian hits the red, he's likely to knock it closer.
Knock it onto the jack, right? But then, I mean, are we going to call, or is it still too early to call? Because Arian's 6 up final end.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I've looked on Sportsbet, and they're not offering very good odds. The odds are definitely in Arian's favour.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But it's fair to say Danielle's giving him a match, right?
She's definitely giving him a match. Yeah. And she's. I mean, he's definitely not got his own way in this end, which he did have a bit more of his own way when he went really long.
Right.
So.
Right.
But again, it might well be that he's actually practicing this length because of the next player he's playing. He already knows what their strengths are, and they might be really good long, so he's decided to, get there. And
exactly what you said. He has. Yeah, he's knocked on that red a bit closer.
He's knocked it on a bit closer. So
yep.
Now he's got to rethink himself and think what he's going to do. Now, one of the options he's got is to put a feed ball next to it, not closer, and then come in off it.
Ricochet back.
So ricochet back,
back onto the jack.
So he could go left or right, put a ball at that length, and then deliberately hit it to kick it in. It's tricky. It's very, very tricky.
Yep.
A lot of the ramp players can do it because they're so accurate. It is very difficult with the thrower. Now he's got a great opportunity there. He's still got his go. Definitely his shot now be to hit that blue and knock it up. That's definitely his plan. And if you look at them, Danielle's pretty blocked if he manages to do it. There you go.
There
Great
we go.
shot.
Nice.
So you'll notice as well that the referee is standing between the players and the balls.
Yeah.
The reason for that is if they were over the line or there's any infringement, they can actually swoop in to be able to pick up the ball and stop it getting to the head and changing the head. So they actually are looking.
What happens if you're not quick enough?
If you're not quick enough, you can call the head referee over, and depending on how it's affected the head, they can replay the end, or if they can recreate the head, they can actually carry on from there. If both players
terminology check. The head.
The head is the group of balls.
Yeah.
It's the equivalent of the cycling peloton.
Okay.
So the head, it's where the jack is and where the surrounding balls are.
Right. There we go. I'm learning it here first. See, that's why I'm commentating Boccia at the Boccia Australia National Titles 2024. There's a new term for me this morning, the head. It has other connotations though, doesn't it? It has other meanings in other contexts.
Yes, it does. Now Danielle's pretty blocked up here. Arian's done a good job to be able to get one on, but I think he'll be disappointed the fact that it's taken him 4 balls to do it.
Well, I'm pleased to say we've hit our maximum number so far for live streaming. We've got welcome to 25 people who've got online watching. Very, very welcome.
Welcome to everybody. Oh, what a great shot. She's managed to find a little sneak through, and she's managed to get on it. I did not see that one coming, did you, Richard?
No, absolutely
that
not.
That one came from her, and she's very, very happy about that.
I think Danielle's one to watch.
I think so. So that was a great shot.
Like we noticed, she's got a mindset on it, hasn't she? She's got a real focus and concentration there, and that's really paid off here.
I would like to see her get one on this end, because I don't think the score reflects what's actually been on the game. It's been a good game.
Yeah.
So Arian's now moved it, but he's only got 1 ball left. So it is 1 red, and he's only got 1 ball left. So it's mathematically impossible for Danielle to win.
Yep. But as you say, it might, depending on how Arian plays this last ball, and he's going to play to win, is absolutely my assumption.
Yep.
Danielle could take away one end,
yes,
which as you say, would be a
better reflection than the score. The score doesn't reflect the game so far.
Yep.
She's definitely put up a better fight than 6-0.
Yep.
So Arian's got the choice now as whether to block or whether to go for it, and the issue would be later on down the road is whether, so he's decided to try and move it, and he may well have actually got that. Danielle's come out to have a little look.
I was going to say she's competitive to the last.
Definitely.
She's not going to give anything here, is she?
What she should do is also ask the referee what the score is.
Yeah.
She's got plenty of time. She's got 1:50.
And she was just checking the time there. You saw her glance over.
Yeah, she's only got one. She's only got 1 ball left, but I don't know. I don't know which way that's going. It's so close you can't really see. We're going to have to wait for the referee's decision on that one.
And
she's throwing off.
Oh, she's throwing off. She's taking the end.
Off. So there you go.
There we go.
So there you go. So she's taking an end off him. So that's pretty good going. Well done, Danielle. Definitely a step up for her.
So there's some cheering there on the sidelines from Queensland supporters who are very pleased.
And Arian offers her a hand to say well done, because he knows he's had a bit of a game, even though the score doesn't quite reflect it, but it was well done. So a great game for them.
And thanks to our athletes who've given us a good game. That was a good game of boccia. That's how it can turn, right?
It certainly can, yes. And you see how happy she is.
Yeah.
And she actually lost.
Yep.
She looks happier than Arian, who won.
Yes, I know. He's not looking happy with himself, is he?
So as far as I'm concerned, that's a win for her. She's as happy as. So yeah, she's absolutely made up.
She's very, very pleased.
Yeah, so
I
she
got-
wasn't expecting to win. and
Well, I got the feeling that might have been her goal.
Well, yeah.
What do you reckon going
I-
into the game was
possibly.
to win one end?
and at the end of the day, she's
Yeah.
playing against an internationally ranked player.
Yeah.
So to be able to take an end off him,
Yeah.
it's the beginning of the end. She's just going to keep hopefully building on that, and who knows what she could do next.
And she's getting a big congratulatory hug there as well.
Yep. And now the referee comes in to get him to sign for it, but yeah.
Yeah.
So to make it all official,
And we're all winners when we have a good game of boccia, and
Exactly.
we see athletes as happy as that.
even when they lose, they're happy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, that's why it's such an inclusive game.
Yeah.
So yeah, well done to her. So she's absolutely pumped. Yeah.
And well done, Barry Edwards. Thank you so much for coming
Thank you
and
very much,
commentating.
Richard.
And well, hopefully we can get you back over the next few days. You're going to come back and do a few more games for us.
Hopefully, I'm actually emceeing and doing the closing ceremony, but I will have a go at trying to get back.
That'd be fantastic to have you back. That was. I hope you all agree with me, those listening online. We're going to take a short break now until the next one. But in the meantime, please pop in your comments, any suggestions you've got for us in terms of what else we can provide you for commentary. And please thank Barry for me. All right.
Thank you
Thanks very much,
Richard.
everyone.
Cheers.
So
Well, hello and welcome back to the Boccia Australia National Titles 2024. We're here at the Whitlam Leisure Centre in Liverpool, New South Wales, getting ready for a round of BC3 action. Today we've got on court Liam Titterton, who is from New South Wales, but is competing as an independent at this competition.
I think he's a local too, Dan.
He's a local boy
Yeah.
from the area around here, and he's playing against Siobhan Daly, representing New South Wales. We saw a bit of Siobhan on the show court yesterday up against Eamon from Queensland, and she did really well with a strong 12-3 win. I'm expecting a tighter affair here today. These two competitors are both very experienced. Siobhan, as I mentioned yesterday, has some international experience under her belt, and Liam's been playing for quite a while and has got around quite a bit on the regional circuit to competitions around Australia, and he's been across New Zealand as well for a competition. I'm joined in the commentary box today by New South Wales head coach Phil Bates. Phil, thanks for joining me today.
No problem, Dan. Lovely to be here. Great excitement.
Absolutely.
The competition's going really well, and some great boccias being played.
No doubt. I'm expecting another great match here this morning. I think these two players both alive in the competition still, as far as I know, so a lot to play for here this morning.
I think, yeah, they're pretty well matched.
They are.
It should be an exciting game.
Oh, I think so. So we've got Liam playing red this morning and Siobhan playing blue. Both of these players, Siobhan definitely prefers the shorter game. Liam is a bit more, how should I say, a bit more versatile in the game he plays. So be interesting to see what strategy he employs here this morning.
Yeah, I think Liam's a bit more inclined to push the envelope a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
He's willing to take a risk.
No doubt.
Which makes for exciting boccia.
No doubt. We saw yesterday Siobhan kind of had a bit of trouble with the longer jacks played by Eamon. So I wonder if Liam's picked up on that and might try and test her out down the court again.
Yeah. I coach Siobhan with the Hunter Boccia Club, and we have been working on her long end, so it'll be interesting to see how she goes.
Yeah, no doubt.
Might decide what we do next year in coaching.
Yeah, brilliant.
Both players doing their warm-up now.
Yeah, of course, the 2-minute warm-up, it gives the players, especially in the BC3 classification, a really good chance to get a feel for the court and how the court is turning and stuff like that.
So I imagine if you've done your calibration on the warm-up court, even on the same surface, it can be different.
It can certainly be different, and also just the little breaks in the court, whether it might turn a little bit right, a little bit left.
Yeah.
You can never really get a feel for that until you get on the court and sort of play some balls to where you're going to be playing the jack. So it's always a good opportunity for the players to play their jack to where they want to play it in the match and get a real good feel for how the court's moving. And if they get a chance, you'll see Siobhan's played her balls to her jack only, but Liam here has played one ball to his position. He's going to have a go here at Siobhan's position too, just to try and get a bit of a feel for both positions, which is never a bad idea. So, yeah, it just helps to get as much information as you can on the court before you actually start the meaningful balls rolling.
I've often wondered why people do that, so I'm pleased you've explained that.
Yeah, no, it's.
I always thought it was getting inside your head sort of thing.
Yeah, sure, yeah. No, I mean, it definitely can be part of that, but certainly for me anyway, it's most important to try and get a feel for how the court is rolling to as many positions as you can. So you'll see some players, if we get a chance to see Jamison on this court over the rest of the weekend, you'll notice she'll probably play quite a few different positions on the court, maybe some to the cross, maybe some to a long position, just so that she has an idea about how the court's going to respond no matter where the game goes. If it goes to a tie break, if her opponent wants to play long, it won't make much of a difference. Beautiful. We've got, on good authority here, I hear we've got Jamison Leeson playing later today on this court, so make sure you tune in for that one. That'll be a really good moment for us to witness some really excellent boccia at a Paralympic level on the court here in Western Sydney.
Jamison, along with you, came home with silver in the individuals,
Yes.
male and female, and was it silver in the pairs as well?
No, we missed out on the pairs, unfortunately. So we came up against a very strong Korean team in the quarterfinals in the pairs. And we got knocked out in the last ball, heartbreaker. So that was obviously the 2 individual medals was really a special moment for us to have 2 Australians in the finals on that night. It was really a special moment.
And a first for Australian boccia.
It was. And of course...
Well done to both of you.
Yeah, thanks, Phil.
And you can see Jameson here later on today, you were saying?
Yes.
On this court. Yeah.
Should be on this court later this afternoon, I think, in the final round or maybe the second last round of the day. So viewers at home, make sure you're tuning in for that one.
So be ready for that one. That'll
No
be
doubt.
interesting.
So here we go. We're starting the match now. We've got Liam to play the first jack. And as I was saying yesterday, what's quite typical is the players will usually play the jack to their side of the court. So Liam's playing about a 3.3 metre position, and it's about 70-odd centimetres in from the sideline. So it's a fairly typical position for a BC3 jack. And the reason you'll play it usually to your side of the court is to just put a bit of extra distance on your opponent's shots and try and give you a little bit of an advantage in that regard. So he'll be looking for a really good start with his first ball here to put the pressure on Siobhan.
Where would Liam be wanting to put his ball?
So ideally, you want it to be as close as possible and blocking as much as Siobhan's line as he possibly can. So
slightly to
his right of the jack.
Yeah, so it's just come off the wrong side a little bit there. Yeah.
So it looked like that ball, and this is what we were saying before about the 2-minute warm-up, how it's really important to get an idea about how the court's rolling. So what Liam's done here in this end, he's played his jack to a completely different part of the court to where he played in the 2-minute warm-up. So he hasn't really been able to use any of that information that he got in the 2-minute warm-up about the court. So we saw that red ball turn a bit left, and that could be the ball, but it could also be the court. So yeah, he's bounced out to the left here, and that's given Siobhan a really good opportunity to get in a strong position.
Both balls are side on to Siobhan now.
They are. So Siobhan can really just place her ball right between the red and the jack, and that'll be a very hard position for Liam to break. And she's done it perfectly, really. Yeah, it's an absolutely perfect shot.
That's well done, isn't it?
It's about as good as you could possibly do it, and I'm in the most perfect position here to check the line of Siobhan's ramp, and I can tell you she was lined up absolutely perfectly for that shot, and that ball's gone exactly where she wanted it.
So to line the ramp up, Dan, is it sort of like aiming at a rifle where
it is a lot,
you're looking straight down the barrel of it?
Absolutely. So you want to line up 2 points, so the top of the ramp and the bottom of the ramp, and then with your eye, so you're all in one straight plane. And it's definitely a skill and a technique, but all the players here would be very well versed in lining up their ramps and making sure they've got it lined up in the right position. So this will be quite a tricky start here for Liam. He's behind the 8 ball a little bit already now. He's made good contact with the blue, but because the angle was so good, it hasn't moved very much. But
is that due to the hardness or softness of the ball that Siobhan's put on the jack?
That's definitely a factor for sure. So that would have been one of Siobhan's super soft balls. So they are hard to move, but also just the fact that it was on such a perfect angle to Liam made it very difficult for him to move away. But he has managed to move his red ball away a bit more now, so that's not supporting that blue as much, so it should be a bit easier to move this time. Yeah, so he's got a bit more separation.
And yes, he's turned it a little bit too.
Yeah, so he's opened up some angle for himself. It might require one more shot. I don't think he's got a really great line to get on the jack in a good position yet, so I think he'll probably try and move it one more time. And this is a part now where if you're playing with some strategy as a BC3, you might think about trying to move that blue ball but not move it too far. Just try and move it to a supporting position on the side of the jack as opposed to really knocking it far away. Because that will then allow you to have a bit of a structure for you to play your next shot into.
Okay.
Much like what Siobhan had with the first shot. So you can see Liam's not playing here with full power. He might be trying just to approach. And he is trying to approach. It's also turned a little bit left on him. And it's in a bit of a tricky position to push because it is behind that blue. But I think if he hits it well and he has a ball hard enough left in his set here, he might be able to push it through the blue and onto the jack. We'll see if that's what he tries to do.
What would be a typical set that a BC3 player would bring into a competition
Yeah, so
like this?
I think you'll see a lot of players here probably be playing with one or two super soft balls, which are balls that you would use to approach the jack, and they are more difficult to move. That's a really nice shot from Liam. So he hasn't chosen to push. He's instead approached the jack, and he's done it about as well as he could have. And it's Siobhan's turn, but I'd say this will be a pretty easy position for Siobhan to switch back over. She's got a nice shot at that red ball.
Coming down between the two red balls.
I imagine she'll be just trying to knock that red ball away that Liam just played.
Oh, right. Yep, that would make sense.
And she's just missed a little to the right.
It's right here at my feet.
It is. Here we go. We're playing... you got it? Nice work. We're playing fielding duties over here in the comm box. But yeah, so Siobhan would have just been trying then to knock away that red ball that Liam played, and what that would do is it would even move the jack a little bit more behind her blue, so it would probably make the angle nice and difficult for Liam.
It would then be
And
very difficult for Liam.
It would be. So I think
it's tucked in behind the blue
correct,
ball, which is tucked in behind a red ball.
And she's done it well that time, and she's even left her ball in.
Beautifully done.
We saw a bit of that from Siobhan yesterday in the last end. Played a shot very similar to that, a lovely little knockout and hold, and she's got the weight of that shot really perfect. I mean, she's moved the jack nicely behind that blue, so Liam doesn't have any shot at it whatsoever. And she's also left her blue ball in there, so she's currently scoring 2 points, and Liam only has one ball left. So Siobhan's in a really nice position this end.
So because it's taken Liam so long to open that up,
yep,
he's used so many of his balls.
Yes, exactly, and he hasn't
really in a bad position.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to really build a nice position for himself this end. So Siobhan's really taken advantage of the opportunities that Liam's provided here, and she's playing really well. It's a really nice start.
So would Liam be trying now to stop Siobhan scoring more?
Yeah,
or
I
would
imagine
he be trying to turn this around somehow.
I imagine he's just going to try and play a defensive shot with this last ball. I don't know where he's going to be able to really play it. So yeah, it's ended up coming to the left again. So we've seen quite a few of Liam's balls this end turn to the left. So
they have. Yeah.
I imagine that there might be a bit of a turn on the court just where Liam's playing at the moment. So that's something he'll need to remember for next end if he plays in the same position.
So if he had warmed up in that position, he would know.
He would have known. Yeah, he would have known.
That slight runaway.
And he could have made an adjustment for it with his lineup, but because he hasn't played there in the 2-minute warm up, he hasn't really been able to get that information until the game was underway. So that's a bit of a learning experience for Liam potentially. Yeah. And Siobhan's got a nice opportunity here to get some points with 3 balls remaining. That's a really nice shot. A little bit short, but it's in a very nice position to push up. So if she can get a nice push on this ball, it'll move to a nice scoring position. That one's turned a little bit right on her. As we said, she's still got a nice chance to push this blue up, so if she can keep her composure with this last ball.
Yep. Still got plenty of time on the clock.
Still got plenty of time. Over 3 minutes with 1 ball remaining, so take all the time she needs, and it's a shot that's well and truly within her capabilities here. Yeah, she's done it very
Yes,
well.
Very well done.
So she's knocked that blue up, and I think she's got 3 points here in this first end. So that's a really handy start for Siobhan.
The referee, Kate Ginian from Queensland, having a good look at it there to make sure that
Yeah, very experienced referee,
3 blue
Kate.
balls closer than the closest red ball.
It's a bit of a blistering start here from both players. Both Liam and Siobhan have ample time left on the clock after that end.
They do.
So
Yep.
they can certainly afford to take a breath and reset and take a bit more time in this next end if they want to.
Is it 5 minutes for BC3?
It's 6 minutes for BC3,
so 6 minutes to play all 6 of your balls.
Correct. And Siobhan had almost 3 minutes remaining for her at the end of that end, so she's really rifled through the shots.
Could we just talk a little bit, Dan, about the role of the ramp operator?
No doubt, yeah. No, the ramp operator plays an absolutely vital role in the BC3 game. As I mentioned yesterday when we were watching Siobhan, the ramp operators, they're not allowed to look at the match during the end. They have to keep their backs to the court at all times and their eyes averted from play. And they're also not allowed to communicate with the athletes in any way, be it verbally or non-verbally. So all of the communication is one way from the athlete to the ramp operator. And it's important that the athlete and ramp operator have a really good rapport and connection to make sure that the ramp operator knows exactly what the athlete wants done so they can get the balls out the way they want to in an efficient way. So it's definitely a very important role, and both Peter here and Siobhan's ramp operator will have spent, Nicole, that's right, will have spent many hours on court with Liam and Siobhan, and they would have really perfected that relationship. So,
but all decisions are being made by the athlete.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
Yep. So Siobhan's turn now to set the jack.
And she's going to go with this short position that we've seen from her already over the last day or so. And it's served her very well, so why wouldn't she?
The athlete has to be the person who actually causes the ball.
Correct, yeah. So they have to be the last person to touch the ball before it rolls down the ramp.
Sometimes does struggle with this.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky technique, and something I think that you'll begin to appreciate as you're watching these athletes play is just the sort of the battle with the uncontrolled movement and stuff they have to also contend with. So it's
very much
certainly a competition on many fronts.
Okay, Siobhan ready to play her first ball onto the jack, hopefully.
Well, we've seen a similar start to what we saw in the last end, so just a little bit too hard with that ball, and it's bounced off to the left side. So Liam will have an opportunity here to get in control of this end if he can land a ball on the front of the jack. I'd say this is a pretty important moment in this match now for Liam. It's a good chance for him to try and start turning the tides in his favour.
So
being down 3-0.
If Liam can do to Siobhan what Siobhan just did to
Pretty much, yeah, exactly right. So I guess the one thing favouring Siobhan now is that at least her ball has bounced away quite far, so it's not really providing that same structure that Liam's ball did in the first end. So
it's not going to be any.
It's not going to be. It's not necessarily going to be help to Liam. Right. Yeah, so Liam can't really use that as a supporting ball.
I saw a lot of that during the Paralympics, that people would just nudge the ball back and leave their ball in that position.
In the BC3 game, it's vital, really, to try and build those, we call it a half wing, where you try and build, and that's a really nice shot from Liam.
Yep.
He's played that almost perfectly, I'd say. I think that's a pretty good angle blocking Siobhan. So
that's right between the jack and Siobhan.
So it's a really nice ball.
Yeah. So she would need to hit that slightly off centre to move.
Yeah,
it
so she'll be
sideways.
wanting to hit this one side or the other to try and get a bit of a cut on the ball to move it to the side. And
Going
she's going
for
full
two
power,
extensions, yep.
both extensions, and she'll be using one of her hard balls for this shot.
This would be one of the balls that we call the rock, would it? Have about the consistency of a cricket ball. Again, moving both balls, the jack and the red ball.
Yeah, so that's a pretty good shot. I don't think she could have done a lot better with that. As we said, Liam's ball was pretty much perfect, and being a super soft ball, they can be very difficult to move with one shot. So Siobhan was probably expecting it was going to take 2 shots to move this out of the way. So this won't be bothering her too much. She made really good contact there. And I'd say it's moved enough now that she should be able to clear a line for herself with this shot.
Here we go from the top of the 2 extensions.
And perfectly done.
Yep, nicely turned.
And most importantly, she's built, from our perspective here, Phil, I think, pretty much a perfect half wing. So like I was saying before, this position, when you can move a ball to the side, but keep it nice and close, so you can use it as a support, we would call that a half wing, and Siobhan's done a really nice job of doing that. So the advantage that gives is not only the fact that it provides support, but it also allows you to play with a bit more power without worrying about the ball bouncing off the jack, because it has that nice cushion there. So she can play this without being too worried about the pace, and really put a bit extra on it to make sure it gets there without worrying about it bouncing off. That's exactly what we're saying. She played it perfectly. So that's really nicely played in that half wing position, and I think that's, once again, Liam's found himself in a really nasty position here in this game, with Siobhan with a nice super soft ball in the half wing. So Liam's going to have to really think his way through this to figure out how to open it up, because simply blasting away at that blue is not going to do much for him.
No, and he would end up using a lot of his balls to do that.
So what you probably wanted to see him do here is try and move the red first, so that it breaks that structure up.
Yep.
And that'll give him a chance to then move the blue away.
Right. But the jack would be fairly soft too.
He's done a pretty good job there with that shot. Yes. Yeah, you're right, Phil. The jack is pretty soft. So Siobhan looks like she's using a super soft jack. So with a super soft ball on a super soft jack, that can be very difficult to move. So Liam's done that well there. He's hit both the red and the blue, so he's sort of broken that structure up, and now he's got a chance to move this blue to the side. Now what's going to be really critical for him here is hitting one side or the other of that blue, because if he hits the centre, he's just going to knock it back onto the jack. So he has to be very accurate with this shot.
And he's done exactly that.
Yeah, he hasn't quite hit the right spot, so he hit a little bit too much the centre of the ball. And as I said, it's just moved it pretty much back onto the jack again, so still got plenty of time here with 3 balls remaining.
Yeah,
so
he's got 3 minutes left.
He's using his time well. It looks like he's going for a bit of a defensive shot here, coming down off the 2 extensions, playing lower down the ramp. So he might be just looking to, once again, try and get some balls close to the jack. And if he manages to hold shot, make Siobhan play another ball. But otherwise, just think about defending the position. He's gone a bit too hard there with that ball.
Yeah, he kind of caught the edge of it and flipped the jack back.
So he hasn't quite got the calibration right on that one.
Could he perhaps come in off his red ball that's to the side?
That definitely could be an idea, and that's one thing you haven't seen a lot so far, is the players using their angles within their box. So Liam and Siobhan have both pretty much played from the one position within their box, but if they wanted to, they could move their ramp base all the way to the edge of the box to change the angle. And if Liam was to move his ramp to the outside of the box, you're right, he very well could play a bit of a ricochet shot off that red. But he's just choosing to block, and that's a pretty good ball, that one. That's reduced the scoring zone to about 1 ball width now, so he's making...
So the tactic would be, if you're going to lose by 1.
Correct, yeah, exactly. So he's just trying to make it as difficult as possible here for Siobhan to score more than 1 point. But with 2 balls left, I think Siobhan would fancy herself to get another point in there at the moment. So Liam still needs to do a bit more with this last ball.
So Siobhan will be thinking, move the red ball to that's on the side of the jack.
She could do that, or she could even just play down the side if she wanted to herself.
There's a draw shot.
There is a draw shot. And Liam's tried to kind of take that away with that ball, but once again, it's rolled a little bit too far, and that, I think, actually favours Siobhan, because she can now use that ball as a bit of a backstop. She can just play an approach shot onto that red, and that'll be scoring for her. So that last ball, not really done what Liam would have wanted it to do.
It really is a thinking game, isn't it?
Sure, it certainly is, yeah, it certainly is.
It's not just rolling 1 ball
no,
onto the jack.
It's there's a lot of tactic involved and a lot of chess, really. It's a bit of a chess match.
You've got to stay 1 or 2 moves
You
ahead
do.
of your opponent. Yeah.
And, she's just shot the gap there, so I think she was probably trying to catch that red that Liam played, and she's somehow managed to go right between the jack and the red, so scored a goal on that one.
When I was playing, I always thought if I tried to get my ball through that gap, it wouldn't go.
Absolutely.
But if I wanted to hit the ball,
it's always the way. It's always the way.
So it looks like Siobhan has a very hard ball left.
Yeah, she's playing quite low down the ramp.
Yeah.
And this is a pretty tricky release, low down the ramp. You can see Siobhan really trying her best, and she's done really well there to get it off. But she's shot the gap again, amazingly. So a bit unlucky there, you have to say, for Siobhan.
Yep.
With 2 balls down the gap.
One of them could have just caught the side of that red ball.
Yes.
To our left of the jack.
Correct, yeah.
And come in behind it.
That's all she would have needed, but she's unfortunately managed to just, score a goal on both of those balls. But nonetheless, she's taken the end by a point, so...
and that's a win.
She takes herself to a 4-0 lead in this match at the halfway point.
Yeah, and that's a fairly comfortable place to be.
It is. She's playing very well. Both players are playing quite well.
There's some really good boccia here. Yeah.
Siobhan's really, so far, been able to build the better positions in the end, and Liam has found it difficult to get himself out of those positions. So we'll see if that sort of trend continues, or if Liam's able to flip the script here in the second half of the match.
A little bit of discussion between Liam and the coach.
Yep.
Here. What sort of advice do you think the coach would be giving to Liam?
I think they might have been talking about maybe changing the jack position for this end. Being down 4 points, Liam really needs to firstly win this end, but he probably needs to win it by 2 or 3 points to give him a chance of coming back into the match.
Yep.
So
this
I
is
wonder
getting
if
to
they,
a really critical point.
They might have discussed playing a bit further, trying to put a bit more distance on the jack, because oftentimes it's easier to score points at longer jacks because it's more difficult to get balls really close to the target, so the space can open up a bit down the court, and if you're able to play well, you can you can make the most of those opportunities. Of course, it makes it more difficult for yourself as well.
Yeah, you've got to be able to get your initial ball really close, haven't you?
But there is more opportunity down the court for points than there are at the shorter positions.
It does look like Liam's intending to...
Yes, so he's playing quite long now.
He's got an extension on.
Yeah, he's playing right down near us. We've got the best view in the house now, Phil.
Yep. I could almost reach out and touch the ball.
Just about.
So what's that, about metre and a half, 2 metres in from the back line?
Yeah, it's about, I'd call it just over 8 metres, maybe 8.2 metres.
Yep.
And about for half a metre in from the sideline, 60 centimetres in from the sideline. So quite a long position. So this will be a real a really different end now to what we've seen so far. The players won't be so concerned about building good positions. They'll just be trying to play really high percentage shots and create some useful balls up around the jack.
How much of a role does the sideline and the back line play in this sort of situation?
It can be pretty important. Where the jack is, it's still quite far in from the sideline, so I don't imagine the sideline's going to play much of a role, but certainly if it's in a position where it can be knocked out, that can be a strategic thing that the opposition might do to try and get the jack on the cross, because of course if the jack goes out of court during the end, it'll be placed on the cross in the middle. So certainly if your opponent goes long and you don't fancy playing down there and the ball is in a position where you can knock it out, that might be a tactic that you would employ. But Liam's managed to keep the jack close enough, far enough in the court that I don't think that's going to be an option for Siobhan.
Yeah, and Siobhan's ball has just gone out.
So she's gone out. Both players have just gone a bit long with their first two shots. So Liam's has ended up at about just over a 9 metre position, and Siobhan there was quite long as well and out of court to the side. So both players just trying to find the length at the moment.
Would they have calibrated for this length?
I imagine they would have prior to the competition, like maybe on the warm-up courts. But as we were saying earlier, I feel like it can be quite different on the actual court you play on. So you certainly need to make some adjustments in the moment to figure it out on the specific court on which you're playing.
So you put a ball down and then learn from that.
Yeah, so Siobhan's made a really nice adjustment there with length. So she's got the length right. It's not quite got the line right, but it is closer than Liam's. So now Liam, once again, Liam's got a chance here. The jack's still there for the taking, but he'll have to make a good adjustment from his first ball to get in a good position here.
As you say, he really does need to score 2 or 3 points on this end to stay in the game, doesn't he? Going for much the same position on the...
Yeah, so this will be his second super soft ball here. He's maybe slightly overcompensated.
Yeah.
So he's come a bit slower. But I'd say it's in a very handy position because that's on a really nice angle blocking Siobhan. So if he's able to now get a ball on the jack behind that red, that'll be a really tough position for Siobhan because she'll have not only the ball on the jack, but she'll have that ball that Liam's just played there obstructing her view. So
it's not necessarily a bad thing.
While it's short, it's not necessarily a bad thing for Liam. It's in quite a useful position. And that's the thing, at the longer positions, especially as a BT3, it becomes much more a game of just getting balls in useful positions to make it really hard for your opponent. It's a different game to when it's close and you're just trying to build some good positions. That's a nice ball from Liam.
That's a very nice
ball. That's a perfect shot. So he's done exactly what we've just been speaking about there. He's managed to get a ball in behind there on the jack, and now Siobhan has 2 balls to contend with. She's got that short one from Liam that's blocking her line, and she's got the one on the jack as well. So yeah, Liam's done really well.
How much do you think she'd be thinking, I'm 4-0 up? I really just at this stage need to stop him from scoring more than 1.
That'll definitely become a factor in this end. I'd say at the moment she'll still try and get herself back into the end, but if she's not able to make much effect from these next 2 balls, she'll definitely try and block and as you say, just try and keep Liam to scoring 1. So she might be trying to move the shorter ball out the way first. Oh.
Problem there.
The referee has stopped. So referee Kate has just stopped the ball there.
Oh.
And it's because Siobhan. So Siobhan's number This is the first for me, Phil. I've never seen this one before.
No, this is...
Siobhan's number, which is what the athletes and the ramp operators must wear during the match. It's their their accreditation, I suppose. Has somehow come off. They're usually pinned on, but that's somehow come off and ended up in Liam's box. And of course, within the rules, the athletes must have themselves and all of their equipment, which includes any bibs and pieces of paper, calibration sheets. They all must be within their box at the time of release. So with Siobhan's number ending up in Liam's box there, that's cost her a ball.
So that's been a retraction. Is there a penalty involved with
There will be a penalty involved as well. So at the end of this end, Liam will have a chance to play a penalty ball, which is played to the penalty box in the middle of the court there where the cross is. And if Liam's able to land a ball in that box, he'll score an extra point.
So again, that could be a bit of a game changer.
Definitely. That's a very important moment in this match. So I wonder if now with Siobhan losing that ball, it looks like she's still going for the double extension. So she's still using that same strategy of trying to open this position up. I would have thought she might have maybe thought about being conservative now, but not yet, apparently.
Knowing Siobhan reasonably well, I don't think she knows the meaning of playing conservatively.
Oh, she's got a very nice shot there. That's perfect. She's hit that ball exactly right. Moved it past the jack. And it's now Liam's turn again. So that's a really nice shot from Siobhan.
Yep.
And Liam will be looking for much of the same. Just try and get back on the front of that jack.
Very intricate process of lining up, particularly in a crucial part of the game like this.
Liam could also think about here knocking the jack back. He's got 2 red balls behind the jack, and sometimes that's an easier shot at this distance, is just to try and line the ramp up well and then use a hard ball. And that way you don't have to worry about getting the pace so right. You can just hit the jack back and use the balls you've already got on the court. Looks like that might be what he's going for here. He's done pretty well with it.
He has. He's knocked it back.
He could have probably played that a bit harder. He hasn't really moved it enough back that... I think that red ball at the back might be closer than the blue now, but he really could have played it a bit harder and moved the jack much closer to that red.
Yeah,
but in any case, it's done the job.
In that case, he would have had 2 points instead of just the 1.
It's done the job. Siobhan will have to play again, but I think... And once again, I think that red ball that Liam played earlier, that's short, is once again proving a bit of a nuisance for Siobhan. That'll be blocking her line to the jack. So this will be a bit of a tricky shot for her to try and get past that red.
Because a millimetre out at that end, at Siobhan's end of the court, could mean half a metre out.
Yeah, it makes a big difference.
Yeah. So crucial.
Oh, it's just nibbled that red, but it's landed really well.
Going ball for ball here.
Played it just about as well as she could have there.
She could, yep.
It just nicked Liam's red on the way through, but it didn't really deviate the line too much. So she's managed to get closer. Not really blocking the jack, so Liam still has that option to either approach the jack or knock it back, depending on what he wants to do. But yeah, certainly a nice shot there from Siobhan to put the ball back in Liam's court and put a bit of pressure on.
This is what we like to see as spectators.
No doubt. So it looks like he's using a hard ball again, so probably trying to move the jack once again. And he hasn't been able to do it that time. He's actually hit his own ball, the one that we were talking about being a nuisance for Siobhan has ended up being a nuisance for Liam.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's made this shot easier for him now. So it has moved
Yes,
the red
he's moved it out of the way.
out of the way more. So it will make it easier now. But it's also his last ball. So this is critical.
Siobhan very interested in what's going on.
She is. She fully appreciates the gravity of this moment right now.
The ramp operators, of course, have no idea what's going on.
Correct.
Oh,
He scored a goal. Wow.
there's
So that's the third time we've seen
one,
that today.
one ball width between the blue ball and the
Unbelievable.
jack, and he's rolled straight through
He's
it.
gone straight to it without hitting anything. We saw that twice from Siobhan in the second end, and now it's Liam's turn. So he's a bit unlucky there with those last two balls.
So Siobhan now may be able to pick up an extra point or
Yeah,
two.
this would be very important for her. With the penalty ball to come, this is really important that she tries to score another point
This is
here.
with her last
This is her
available
last shot. It looks good. Oh, it's gone through.
Just a little too heavy.
Just too hard. She's secured a point though. So at the moment, the score is 1 blue. And Liam will now have a penalty ball to try and get a point back.
So the green square in the middle of the court.
Yes, the
now
penalty
is
box.
The penalty box.
Correct.
And Liam gets to play one ball.
So at the end,
but he
once
gets to select the ball.
he does, yeah. So he's going to just come out at the moment and just check the score to make sure he's happy with one blue. It looks pretty obviously 1 blue from where we are, so I don't think this will take too long.
Yep.
And then Kate, the referee, will offer Liam one of his 6 balls. He'll be able to choose which one he wants to use, and he'll have 1 minute to play that ball to the penalty box to try and score a point.
And he obviously would have practiced this shot.
Definitely, yeah. Well, the good thing about the penalty box is it's also where the tie break's played. So
in the
these
tie break,
players
the jack goes on the cross in
it
the
does.
middle of the box.
Yeah,
Yep.
so both of these players, and really every player, will have spent a fair bit of time practicing at the cross. So this is a very familiar position. So we expect Liam to have a good chance of making the shot.
So referee Kate now just offering all the balls.
Yep.
And Liam deciding which one he's going to use.
Yeah, so he'll probably pick the ball that he feels most comfortable with, most confident with in terms of the calibration and the accuracy of the ball. Because as we said, he only gets one chance here, so he needs to give himself the best opportunity possible.
Very tense moment. 1 minute to play this ball.
Got some
1 minute is a long time. A lot of people rush the 1 minute.
Yeah, it's plenty of time to play a shot. You really notice Liam broke the ramp there before playing the shot, so that's one of the times during the match where you need to break the ramp. The other 2 times being before you play the jack each end, and when you return from being on court, you have to also break the ramp.
Is that so you couldn't have pre-planned
Correct.
the aim of
Correct.
the ramp? Yep. Here we go.
Looks good.
Looks very good.
It's just in, I
Just
think.
inside. If it was touching the line, it would be out.
Yep, so Kate's going to make sure, but from our vantage point, it looks like it's just stopped in time. So the score at that end will now be 1-1 because Siobhan scored 1 point from the end and Liam scored 1 point from the penalty. So
it wasn't
there's
a
no
net gain
change.
for
No,
anybody.
exactly, no change. Still a 4-point lead for Siobhan going to the last end.
So going into the final end, it's 5 to Siobhan Daly and 1 to Liam Titterton.
Some score updates from other courts. We've got on court 6 behind us here, Wendy Evans against Eamon Rowling. The score's 8-0 to Wendy Evans after 2 ends.
Wendy and Siobhan will be teaming up in the pairs events later on.
Can't wait for that. That should be really good.
Yep.
And then on court 4, we've got Mustafa Ardadi against Rowan Eastling from Eastleigh from Tasmania.
Tasmania, yep. Mm.
And the score on that one, I can't quite see with Kylie, Wendy's ramp operator, obstructing the scoreboard. 1-1. Phil, there we go. Phil's got the eyes for it. So 1-1 on that court after 2 ends. So a tight affair over there.
Yes. You know Mustafa quite well?
I do, yeah. So Musti and I, we've done a fair bit of training together, and he's also a member of. I'm not sure if he is. I think he is at the moment still a member of my club, Cronulla Sutherland.
Oh, yep.
So we see each other fairly often.
So Siobhan's turn now to play the final jack.
She's going back to that same short position, as we would expect. With a 4-point lead, really controlling the last jack, you just want to play somewhere you're really comfortable.
Not take any risks.
Not take any risks.
The jack has to go over that green V line.
Yeah, so the green V, the V is, it only applies to the jack, funnily enough. So once the jack's in play, you pretty much ignore the V. So if the jack lands short of the V, it'll be a fouled jack, and the opponent will get to play it. But if any other one of Siobhan's balls ends up short of the V, it'll remain in play. It's a much better start to this end.
Siobhan's happy with it, I think.
She is.
Yep.
She's not only got it nice and close, but she's got it on the right side too, blocking Liam. So she's done pretty well there.
I sometimes think too, having that little gap between the coloured ball and the jack makes it a little harder.
It can be very useful. Yeah, if it really makes your opponent. It makes it very important that your opponent hits the ball in exactly the right spot. I think that was a fairly similar shot, really, to what Siobhan played with her first ball in the second end. The only difference is she's managed to get the line a lot better on that one. So she's hit the jack more centre, and the ball hasn't bounced out to the side.
So from Liam's point of view, he's not seeing very much of the jack.
No, he's not.
No.
But that's where it really is a game of millimetres. So if that ball of Siobhan's had have hit slightly less of the jack, it probably would have bounced out to a very similar position to what we saw in the second end. So it's certainly a game of millimetres.
Ultimate power here.
Yep, but he's moved it a bit, but
he's turned it slightly. Yeah.
He still will need to hit it again to move it out.
So on this end, Liam needs to score 4 to take us to a tie break, or 5 to win. It's very hard to win 5 points in one end.
He's going for the approach shot. He's done pretty well with that, you know. He's sort of bounced off the blue and has landed in a really nice position in front of the jack blocking, but Siobhan's ball is still closer. It looks like it's touching on the side there, so Liam really now has a choice to make. He can either push his red ball closer to the jack, or he can knock Siobhan's ball away. And I would suggest being down 4 points and needing to score some points in this end to give himself a chance, he's probably best served knocking that blue ball away to create some space for him in this end.
Because when you are down this far, you really don't need to play conservatively.
No, and you need to score points. So for Siobhan, all she really needs is a couple of balls close to the jack, and that'll be enough for her to win this match. So Liam needs to really make sure Siobhan has to play hard to get balls close to the jack. Can't do her job for her here.
He's gone for the full extension here.
Yep, so I think he's going for that shot to knock that blue ball away.
He's going back out of his box to have a
so
good look at the
Liam,
line.
perhaps just looking a little, struggling a little here to get the angle for the release. And time's starting to become a bit of a problem now. He's got 2 minutes 30 with 4 balls to play, and he hasn't quite got himself in position to play this ball yet.
I've seen you do some fairly tricky releases.
Yeah.
With your back to the court and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
I would like to see that from Liam here.
I don't think you're going to see it from Liam, but you might see it from Jamison later today. So
right.
You'll see some
Something
fun
you've
shots.
been working on?
Yeah, well, as I was saying earlier, and that's a nice shot from Liam there. So he's moved the blue away. The red's in a nice position in front. Probably his biggest problem now, apart from the 4-point deficit, is the time. He's got 1 minute 52 seconds to play his last 3 shots. So he's going to have to really get a move on with those. But yeah, with those releases, you really, as a BC3, want to be able to play shots from as many different positions in the box as possible. So sometimes you need to get pretty funky with your releases to make sure you're in the box, but also can have the ramp in the position you want it to be in.
Siobhan now using a bit of power as well.
Yeah, so she'll be trying to move. Oh, she hasn't got enough contact on it.
No.
So that can be the kind of the drawback sometimes when you're trying to hit the side of the ball to cut it away, is sometimes you don't hit quite enough of it. And if you don't hit quite enough of it, you might just drag it back onto the jack, and that's what Siobhan's done there.
Happened there. Yep. Will she be trying the same thing again?
Yeah, but I think now that ball's really perfect now where it's sitting on the jack, so like, this is going to be quite difficult for Siobhan to move off. Well, she's got some good separation, and she has moved it to the side somewhat, so that's a pretty good result.
So she'd be going to get on the jack?
Yeah, definitely. Even though she probably can't see all of the jack, with this 4-point lead, all she really needs to do is get something close and make Liam play. So I'd say she's just going to try and get something close to the jack, blocking Liam a little bit, and that will be enough for her.
Once again, Siobhan trying to control that hand pointer of hers.
Yeah, she's
to do a clean release.
Doing a really good job with the release today. She's got every ball off pretty cleanly, which is really good to see.
And
that's a lovely shot.
Yeah.
So if the score was 0-0, you would say, well, Liam's got a good chance to win this end, but the fact that the score is 4-0, well, 5-1, but 4-0 deficit for Liam,
and
that's really all Siobhan needs.
He's got 2 balls that could be considered pretty much out of the question
correct.
at this
So,
stage.
barring some miracle for Liam, it's pretty unlikely from here that he'll be able to get back into this match. But he'll probably just be trying to play a good last 3 balls and maybe win the end. That'll be a bit of momentum he can take into the next match potentially.
Yep.
So that's maybe where his focus will be now. And that's a really nice ball. So he's just used that gap between the red and the blue to squeeze in there. And Siobhan's might still be closer, but that's a really, really handy ball for Liam. As I was saying before, if we were in a neutral position in the match right now, we would say this is a really good position for Liam, with that red nestled really tightly in between the blue and the other red. So if he can just nudge that in, he'll be in a good spot.
He needs to get 4 scoring balls here to get into a tie break.
He's nudged it nicely. So that might have done enough here to make Siobhan play. I'd say his red ball's touching. Well, both balls are touching, so referees just indicated equidistant. So that would probably mean that both Liam's ball and Siobhan's ball are touching. And in
So the player who played previously plays again.
Correct. So what will happen now? Yeah, Liam played the last ball, so Liam will play again. And if the situation was to not change after this ball, it would then be Siobhan's turn.
And they would alternate.
They would alternate until the situation changes. That's another nice shot. So from where I am, I think that's probably moved the jack slightly away from the blue, so the blue won't be touching anymore. And Liam's probably is touching. So he might have won the end here.
I think Siobhan's just asking for confirmation
And
of the score.
yeah, so it's 1 red at the moment. So obviously, with Liam out of balls, the match is technically over. But Siobhan wants a bit more out of this end than just a win. She's going to try and win the end as well.
This is the Siobhan we all know and love.
Absolutely.
Takes no prisoners.
No doubt.
Right from the top of the extension.
Pretty nice shot there. But as I was saying, the way this end has been structured now with all those balls really tightly packed, it's going to be very difficult to break open here.
I think she's looking for the score
Asking
again.
for the score again. It's still 1 red.
Not content to leave it with 1 to red.
So her best chance here with the last ball is probably just to try and knock her blue ball up through Liam's red ball. Just push that to make it touch.
Liam's ball into hers and push that back.
Correct, yeah. That's probably the best chance she has.
A little bit of physics involved there.
But she looks like she's going for the double whammy again. So she's going for something a little less finesse. Well, she has done that.
Done it, yep.
I thought that would have moved it too far, but she's got that just about right, I reckon. She's done really well with that. She's pushed it up.
1 to blue.
And she's won the end, so making me eat my words there. Nicely done, Siobhan.
But an excellent game from both players.
It really was. Yeah. I think Siobhan played about as well as I've really ever seen her play. She's in some really nice form here this weekend. And Liam, yeah, he'll probably be a little bit disappointed just the way he let some of these ends get away from him in terms of the positioning of the balls.
But that'll come with experience.
And it will. It'll just, I think for him, it'll be a matter of just trying to be a bit more accurate early on in ends.
But, so at the end of this game, 6 points to Siobhan Daly and 1 point to
Liam Titterton.
Excellent game of boccia we just witnessed.
Excellent game. And if you are in the Liverpool area any time between now and Monday afternoon and you feel like calling into the Whitlam Centre to watch some exciting boccia firsthand, please do so. We'd love to show people how good our sport is.
No doubt. And for our online viewers, stick around. We haven't got long until the next match. Plenty more action coming up. We'll have some throwers on court here in about 15 minutes' time. So just enough time to grab a cup of tea or a beer. It's Saturday after all.
Yes, it is.
Yep. And enjoy some more boccia for your Saturday afternoon. So we'll be back with you shortly. Thanks for joining me in the box, Phil. Really enjoyed that.
It's been a pleasure, Dan. Bye for now.
Bye for now.
often people are able to say something about when you get a year from expensive. Yeah. I know you I've got good content. But I think it needs to see the real. You know what I mean? It needs to see it's an engineer. He actually makes one of the other systems I do there's actually volume. Advice if you can't get over anymore, you can't bounce back or something like that. And he engineered, designed, and manufactured this. Really serious. It's really decent. It's really well reviewed. He's 100% he gets some stuff out sort of things. So I like this voice. It's interesting. I think it is. Because Ken spoke to me about it. He said, how'd you go with contact? And it's he just needs to say. Yeah. You've got something to do. Yeah, we do.
What I heard what they did do was they sent an email saying this is the box. Yeah. So back to back to the site. Yeah. Because I was asking why don't you guys get just seems like I know you guys the channel board they put really hard. Tell you what we'll do now is so thank you. No worries. How was that feel? Yeah, good, really. Yeah, fun. I did feel yesterday. And I did Barry Edwards. Yeah, and it looks like you're going to do with John that way. Well, I can't help myself. We've got to look at the numbers, right? It's all about performance. So
Average views up to 14 minutes.
14 minutes. So that's almost. That's what we want to do. Is we want to see that. Yeah, I know. And 25 was the max. That was number 2 today, wasn't it? 25. That's interesting because that was soon after I posted the link on Facebook. I think we might have got a lot of people checking it out. Maybe my play this afternoon. I'll take a picture of these guys saying we have got commentators. And to see obviously that's that's good.
Hello and welcome back. We're here with another round of action from the Boccia Australia National Titles 2024 at the Whitlam Leisure Centre in Liverpool, Western Sydney. We've got some BC5 Open classification action for you here to start your afternoon. Adam Alcorn from New South Wales up against Minna Blaney from Tasmania. So this will be an interesting match, this. Two pretty experienced players. Adam's been around quite a long time, and Minna has as well. So I expect some veteran moves and decision-making on court, which will be fun. I'm here in the commentary box for this match with John. John, I don't know your last name. What is it?
John Adler.
John Adler. Here we are. John Adler, who is our recently appointed distributor of handy life equipment in Australia, which is really exciting, giving our players access to some world-leading boccia equipment. It's pretty awesome. So thanks for joining me for this match, John.
Good. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate the intro. Looks like it will be an interesting game, though. Are you expecting any particular tactical decisions here at the start of the game?
Based on what we're seeing here in the 2-minute warm-up, we've got some longer jack positions, both Adam and Minna playing 5 metres plus. So obviously in our last match with Liam and Siobhan, we saw Liam play a long jack, but apart from that, we haven't seen a lot of that so far. So that'll be make it a bit of a different encounter here, and we'll see if that's what ends up happening during the match.
And is that, generally speaking, is that something that happens in this category, slightly longer ends?
I think you might tend to see it a bit more, yeah. It's something that I think it really suits a certain type of player. And both of these players, as you can see, have kind of got that range. They can throw the ball pretty far down the court. So they've got those physical abilities to do it. And I think that's probably why it's something they go to.
Yeah, they probably don't want to show too much in the warm-up, do they? Don't want to show their hand.
No, exactly. I think they'll just be trying to roll the arm over, so to speak, a few times, get a bit of a feel for it. Obviously, they've come off the warm-up court about half an hour to 40 minutes ago, so they would have cooled down a bit in the call room, and now they're just trying to get a bit of blood flow back in the arm and get ready for the start of this match. So that's what that 2-minute warm-up's really all about for the throwers.
And now that they're into day 2, do you think they've acclimatised to the court conditions, which are obviously different every time you go to a different place?
I would say so. I would say that, this is a fairly common material, being timber floorboard, but it's always a bit different, and the climate is also something that has a lot to do with that as well. So they would have spent the last day or so of competition just really getting a feel for how the balls are rolling on the courts, and I'd say they'd be starting to hit their straps about now.
Yep.
So we're underway. Adam's playing the red balls today. Minna playing blue. And Adam's chosen a position that's a little bit shorter than where he went in the 2-minute warm-up. Played about just under 5 metres long and 70 centimetres in from the sideline. And he started with a pretty good first ball. It's not on the front of the jack, but it's actually gone to a pretty useful position behind the jack, and that can sometimes play a role later in the end. Minna's first ball's gone a little to the right, so both players haven't quite gotten control of this position yet. It's a better ball from Minna.
Shot.
And that's ended up on the back of Adam's red ball, so that's quite useful as well. That sort of I guess setting the position a little bit behind the jack now, so they could most definitely come into play later in this end. But the jack's still there for the taking. It's a beautiful shot from Adam.
Great shot from Adam. And of course, being the position of the jack there is making the send slightly longer for Minna, being on this side of the court.
Yeah, so as we've spoken about a fair bit already over the last couple of days, like both players you'll see typically play the jacks to their sides of the court just to try and gain a little bit of an advantage in terms of distance. So as I said just there, Adam playing to his side here means that it's just a little bit further for Minna to play to, which gives you a little bit of an advantage.
And his last shot is covering the jack just slightly.
It is. And Minna's still got a good chance to get on the jack if she chooses to do that. She can probably see about 75% of it.
Yep.
She's tried to do that. She's got the pace pretty nicely, but the line She hasn't quite found the line yet this end.
Not too much harm in the ball being slightly behind the jack now.
No, it's not. It's yeah, it could be useful for sure. I think Adam's ball at the back is probably the one that's giving her the most grief at the moment, because if she does hit the jack back, it's going to really go into a difficult position with Adam's ball where it is behind there.
So of course this is probably too where she, using a ball of harder ball, would come in handy.
Yeah, definitely. If she wanted to break the position, but it looks like she's got a full set of balls that are pretty similar in texture. So yeah, she's gone for a bit more power there, but just not really able to find the line. You can see all of those balls pretty much the right distance, just not able to get the direction as yet.
A pretty good opportunity here for Adam
to
make a good count.
The good thing for Minna is that the fact that her ball that's closest to the jack is quite well protected. So Adam's not going to be able to really expand the scoring circle very much here unless he moves the jack back a long way. So whether he tries to do that and to open the scoring zone, or whether he just tries to play a few more balls close to the jack, will be up to him. But of course, if he does choose to go for the latter option, he'll have to be pretty accurate with these, because he's only got about just over half a ball width of separation between the blue, so he's got to get pretty close.
And he's done that
it
nicely.
Beautifully there, using that red ball. Once again. He's got this dialed in. That's beautiful. I think that one's just out.
Yeah, and you can sit on his ball on the left, and he'll be right.
That's what he needs.
And that's what he's done.
Oh, it's close. That's a really nice end from Adam. I think our referee here might need to get in and have a measure. I'd say it's 3 points, and that fourth one is pretty close.
Now, I'm familiar with lawn bowls. Do we call this a head?
We do, yeah. Well, I certainly do. The funny thing about boccia is there doesn't really seem to be a particularly standardised terminology. So you'll hear different players refer to different things, but I think, calling this a head is pretty common.
Okay. So certainly a good-looking head there for Adam.
It is. He's done a nice job there of just, I guess, taking what Minna's given him and really making the most of it.
Always nice to start with a multiple.
It is. So he's definitely got 3. Referee measuring the fourth. I think it's not quite in. It might be. Oh, it's very close.
Not much in it.
I think the referee's calling for a head referee measure. So sometimes you'll see this when it's a very, very close measure. The referee might call in the head referee to measure just to double check. So over comes Ken Taylor, who I assume is filling in for our head referee Lisa Hansons today. Of course, Ken Taylor recently accredited as an international referee, so congratulations to Ken. He's been a referee on the domestic scene for quite a while, and passed his international referee exam in Hong Kong in December last year. So,
and refereeing's not for the faint-hearted by the looks of this.
Not.
So one's been taken out of the head. That was the shot ball, apparently.
So Ken's indicated 4 red. So a really, really good result for Adam in that first end.
Yeah, that's a great start. Is that going to, do you think, change any tactics that you might have moving forward now? Now he's taken a good lead.
I certainly think it'll help him to relax a little bit and just maybe enjoy the rest of the game without stressing so much. It can be definitely a bit of a relief when you take the first end by a few points. And that can be a good thing or a bad thing, to be honest, John. Sometimes it can cause you to get a little bit complacent and give your opponent a chance if they're able to come back into the match.
Yep.
But it can also go the other way and just help you play nice and freely. So we'll see how Adam goes the rest of this match, and we'll see how Minna's able to respond here in the second end.
And from Minna's perspective, you think any changes in her tactics moving forward to make up a big end, or she should be looking at just going slowly for the next three?
Yeah, I think it being only the second end now, she doesn't need to really panic too much. But what's really important for her is just to start making some better shots, and she'll be just be thinking to herself, I think now, just try and win this second end, even if it's only by 1 point. Just try and get yourself back in the match, play some nice boccia, and try and get yourself back into the game. So certainly not panic stations just yet.
Yep.
But she's going to have to, based on what we've seen from Adam, she's going to have to really lift her level here.
And she will be throwing in the jack, so the jack is hers on this end.
No doubt. So I'd imagine at this stage, just try and throw the jack somewhere where she feels really comfortable.
Yep.
She'll be playing to her side of the court. And a bit shorter. So probably not a bad idea here, just to try and keep the end a bit more controllable and try and get herself some better balls in this end. She's gone a bit fast on the first ball, so whether that's a matter of the jack going shorter than she wanted it to and not being able to adjust on the first shot, or whether it's the other way around. In any case, it's left a good opportunity here for Adam to get control of this end.
Yeah, well, Minna knows what she's got to do. She'll adjust on next.
No doubt. So Adam once again has got the pace pretty much perfect there, but the line just a bit to the right. Close to the Minna's ball, so Minna will play the next shot. Just taking some pace off that, and that's a much better ball.
Yep, just ran through a little bit.
Just a bit. Hard to tell from our vantage point who's closer. The referee's going to measure it.
Come on, Dan, you can make a call.
If I had to bet, I'd say blue's closer.
Well, I'm not a betting man, and certainly wouldn't bet against you in a boccia game, that's for sure.
There you go.
And you're right. Look at that.
Am I? Let's have a look.
No, you're not, unfortunately, Dan.
No.
But there was not much in that one.
There wasn't much in it.
And Minna now does have Adam's ball to sit on too, if she wanted to.
Okay, so that's definitely done the job.
Yeah.
She might have been trying there to move the jack back to that blue. It's certainly, I would say, done enough to, yeah, it has done enough to make Adam play. And where that blue ball is, not her last shot, but the one she played previously, it's in a pretty useful position because Adam's angle to the jack pretty much means that blue's directly behind the jack. So if he goes too hard and hits the jack back, it could end up going closer and closer to that blue. Probably acknowledging that he's taken a bit of pace off that, and he's done quite well. I think that might be just closer.
And again, the measure's coming out.
It's on a nice angle as well, so that's a pretty useful ball there from Adam.
So nice angle just for a push-up.
Yeah, and also just blocking Minna a bit too, so whether he's closer or not, it's probably not the end of the world. I think he might, oh, it's very close. Red to play, so that's probably a good result for Adam. Gives him a chance to push that red to a better spot.
Yep. Which he's
done pretty well, yeah.
Nicely. So a minute coming up to the head. Have a look at the actual situation.
Try and see how far away those balls are. She's got a couple of options here. I think she might have a chance to try and get on the jack on the left side of that red, or the right side from the player's perspective. And she could also play a little ricochet shot off Adam's red ball on the right-hand side of the jack there. So we'll see what she tries to do. Oh, I think she was going for
that's
that
what she was
ricochet.
going for. Yep.
She's just hit the wrong side of it, unfortunately.
But again, now she's got that red to sit on.
She does. She has that position now. She moved it next to the jack. So she's got a chance to get right in between. That's what she's done.
That's what she's done. What a great shot.
That's a really nice shot.
Bit of experience showing there by the looks of things.
No doubt. Just played that really well. In a tough position, but just showed some real nice composure there to get herself back in a good position in this end. And they're probably trying to knock Minna's ball away. He's missed and hit his own red.
So would you be thinking knock the blue or push your own?
I'd be thinking push the red at this stage.
Which is what he
What
did.
he's done.
Great shot
He's actually done a bit of both. He's knocked the blue away too. So he's done well there. The only thing is it's moved the red more to the side of the jack. So Minna's got a chance here, I think, to get on the jack. Both players with only one ball remaining, so this is really important for Minna in this end.
What do you think's Minna's best shot to make a multiple?
I think she probably has to hit the jack with just a little bit of power to move it back and also keep her ball in front.
Yep.
There's a chance of 2 if she does that. That's
Which
exactly
is
what
exactly
she's
what she's done. Ever consider being a coach, Dan? Sound like you should be one.
Not sure why the referee's measuring here.
I was just about to ask the question.
I think the referee might think Adam has no balls left. Okay. Must be closer than what it appears from here.
Sure. At least giving Adam knowledge about who's holding shot.
So I think Adam probably has a bit of a window between the red and the blue. We can maybe try and go through to get close to the jack.
Or a push?
Yeah, it'd be a bit of a push. Oh, he's just hit the wrong side of the blue there. So that's a really good result for Minna in this end. She's pulled back 2 points by the looks of it. 3 maybe?
Or doesn't look like it from this angle, but as you say.
It. You never know until you're out there over the top of the head. Whether it is 2 or 3, it's still a really good response from Minna. Two.
There it is, 2. Yeah, that's
so she's halved the deficit, so that's a really good response.
Yeah, that's a good comeback.
Adam didn't play too badly at all that end. I think Minna just made some really critical balls that got her in some challenging positions, and Adam just wasn't quite able to respond with a couple of his shots. So a really nice competitive end, that one.
Yeah, and given that Minna really, let's call it wasted the first shot, went a bit long, and was really out of the head for the whole end. It's a good result.
She showed some really nice composure there. So third end, Adam will play the jack again. And based on the fact that he got 4 in the first, I'd be surprised if he put the jack in a different position.
Yeah. And look, the two of them certainly look like they're enjoying themselves out there too, which is great.
They're enjoying the contest, no doubt. As I said at the start of the match, two veteran players, been around for a long time.
They'll understand each other's games.
They will. They will have played several times. Just got a little timekeeping issue here. I think we have Minna's time clock running down inadvertently, so we'll have to reset that.
Yep.
Shouldn't take too long.
And they're back to the 5 minutes now, so be ready to go.
We're up and running. See on court next to us here, I'm not sure what number that is, but court 5.
Court 5, yep.
We've got Matt Van Hook down 7-0 at the moment in his contest over there.
And they're playing some long ends.
They certainly are.
Well, as you said, on our court here, Adam has started exactly as you said.
Yeah.
He's probably got the jack probably 10 centimetres closer to the sideline.
Yeah, I think so. It's probably about half a metre in from the sideline this time. But a similar distance. His first ball, it's on the opposite side to where it was in the first end. So it's not a terrible start. It's just, it does give Minna a chance to try and get on the front, which he hasn't been able to do yet. She's really got to try here and just focus on each ball. That's not a bad shot once again.
She's rolled through just
getting
a bit.
Closer.
Still Minna's ball.
Yeah. See if she can make a nice adjustment here.
Deep breath. She's ready to go.
This looks better. Oh, it's just dived off to the left, or our right. Looked good out of the hand. Just not quite getting the roll she wanted.
Oh, she's peppering it, but just not
once
getting
again,
there.
we're getting a similar result to what we had in the first end. Just nice distance, but just can't quite find the line to this part of the court. And that one's come out a bit funky.
And that's out.
It's down to her last ball again. She needs something useful in here.
You'd be looking at something in front as well.
Something in front, just something blocking Adam, making it difficult for him to score some more points in this end. Minna really, I mean, down 4-2, she would have loved to have won this end, but she really needs to make sure she doesn't lose it by more than 1 point to give herself a chance. Deep breath, she knows the importance of this shot.
Yep. She played with power,
and that was a softer ball, that one, so she's thrown that one a little bit harder.
Yeah, I'm not sure she'd come away with the result she wanted, though.
No, so it's just the only thing maybe slightly in her favour is it has gone behind the jack, so she'll be hoping now for a mistake from Adam to maybe move the jack back a bit. Based on what we've seen so far, I'd say it's pretty unlikely. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, and not with too much weight to give it any push.
He's got that lovely loopy action, gets the ball nice and high in the air.
He's going to sit that on the back of Minna's.
That serves him really well, that ball.
So he's almost covered the back now with that last ball, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's done really well. It's a bit of a training drill at the moment, this end.
It's going to be another big multiple by the looks of things.
Yeah,
what a great ball.
You might be on for a maximum here. He might have done it, you know, let's see.
Looked like a training drill, didn't it, Dan?
It did.
You'd be happy with that in a training drill, wouldn't you?
Most definitely. It's done very nicely there. Referee's indicating 5.
Yeah, ask the players to come up and have a look. Yeah,
I think it might be 6 here. I think Adam might have got himself a maximum.
Either way, Dan, it was a great end, though.
Certainly was. But you always love a maximum, John. They don't come around too often, so it's always fun when you get to score one.
So Minna's closest ball is the one at the back.
Yep. I think it's 6. Adam's happy with that. You can just tell he's very, very comfortable throwing to that position.
Yeah, that just seems to be his length, doesn't it?
Cluster those balls really nicely around the jack, both ends that he's played there. And he's been rewarded with a maximum, so congratulations to Adam.
Yep. So after 3 ends, that makes it a impossibility?
It does, more or less, yeah. So it's Adam ahead by 8 points now. So Minna really needs Adam to commit a couple of violations to give her a chance of getting some penalty balls. And that's really her only chance of winning the match. So one of the things that I hear a little bit is, in these situations when one player is ahead by more than 6 points, why do they bother playing the last end? And that really is the reason, is that there's never, theoretically, a match that's completely out of reach based on the fact that if a player commits violations, there's always a chance, albeit an infinitesimally small one, there is always still a chance.
And they're competitors after all.
And they are, of course.
So Dan, we have been asked as well, just online, about the referee. You know the referee, his name and.
I actually don't know this referee.
Okay. We'll have to find that out.
We will. I think I picked up a Kiwi accent, so he might have come across from New Zealand. We've got a couple of referees who have come across.
Yeah, and some very good players over from New Zealand as well.
Absolutely.
So playing slightly longer this time.
Yeah, so I guess Minna now she'll also be thinking maybe about for and against as well. I mean, that becomes a factor.
Yep.
In the pool stage, if she's able to if she's able to reduce the deficit in this match, that could be important for her progressing from the pool group.
Of course, I wouldn't think this was a length of end that Adam hasn't seen before and played many
Yeah,
times.
I'm sure he's played here a lot. And you can just see, I think he's really got a ball set that really suits his action. He gets a lot of air on the ball, and the ball doesn't run too far for him once he hits the ground. So it really suits the way he throws the ball.
I think his set looks like it has more variety.
Yeah, it's a bit softer. It doesn't run as much. So you can contrast that with Minna and the way she's throwing it. She's throwing it a bit more down into the ground and letting the ball roll on.
Yep. And it is doing just that, just rolling on. She is getting a couple that are just running through.
And you really, as a thrower, you want to make it as much advantage as possible out of being able to throw the ball in the air, because that just takes away so many of the variables of the ball rolling on the ground. When the ball's in the air, there's very little that will make it deviate. When it's on the ground, the ball itself can roll side to side. The floor might make it roll side to side.
Yep.
So it's really a big advantage to try and get that ball in the air.
So
It's a nice ball with her last shot.
Last shot. Has taken the shot. Looks like she's holding one there.
She is. So she's saved her softest ball for last once again.
Adam coming up to the head just to have a look and see what the situation is, see what he's going to have to play for his next 5. And I'm sure he's thinking again in his head of a reasonable multiple here.
Definitely, yeah. I think he's probably got a chance to access that blue ball that Minna played. It might be a bit obscured by those short balls, but...
So what do you think his first shot is here? Try and reach that
I think that'll be the idea, with a bit of power and try and move that away a little bit. I don't think power is really his game. He's much more a line and length accuracy guy, and that's what we've more or less seen.
Yep.
Maybe he's trying to use that blue as a bit of a backstop. Goes a bit of power
There's
there,
the
and
power,
that's done the
and
job.
that's done it. Yep.
That's a beautiful shot there.
So
a
we set
little
him up
ricochet
now.
off the red and onto the blue.
Looking to maybe push that white back now.
Ooh. He's rifled through those balls once again, but
Yeah.
he's done really well. He might have scored himself 4 there.
Oh, that's a big call, Dan.
We'll see what the referee says. Measure once again.
Measuring up.
Certainly earning his keep today, the referee. Had the calipers out of the pocket a number of times.
And he's got good knees. You'd have to have
He
good knees
does.
today. Dan, it's been a pleasure. I've got to duck off now to the call room for the next bunch of athletes for the next game.
Thanks for joining me, John.
Thank you, mate.
It's been lovely to call the match with you.
Always great to hear your insights and to sit next to a champion that knows all about the game.
Over on court 5, we've got, saying earlier, the match between Matt Van Hook and Jason. I don't want to butcher the last name, so I'm not going to try and pronounce, but Jason from Victoria. And the result is 7-1 over there at the moment in the third end, so to Jason. So Matt probably out of the contest over there, but Matt's just returned from a 7 or 8 week holiday in Europe, so I can't imagine he's come into the Nationals in the best of training form. But he's playing quite well at the moment. He's got himself 2 points in his fourth end so far, so he's doing well, all things considered. And the final result is 4 red in this fourth end, so a very, very commanding victory for Adam Alcorn from New South Wales over Minna Blaney from Tasmania. The final score being 14 red, 2 blue. And really just a really consistently accurate game of boccia from Adam. And Minna was just not able to really match him with that accuracy. And that was really the story of the game. Thanks again for joining me. I hope you've enjoyed the early morning time slot, and there's plenty more still to come this afternoon, so don't go anywhere. We'll have more action from the Boccia Australia National Titles coming to you very soon.
This is
Just a reminder of the we have these competitions where we go to start with the group outside quarter 7, we believe we want to other countries. So just please be mindful of that when we give them space. The quarterfinals will be open 10 days in the boiling round and advised as well. Just a note, those of you who are accessing the online results, some of you know your page of that, a couple of points scored and so forth. Just a point to note that one thing it doesn't do is discount an athlete who could be discounted from preparing the results. That's important. The pool is being open, and athletes with 2 wins. And the next level of head-to-head, it went to 1 win each, head-to-head level. but something, a positive experience or something good that you've seen about an athlete or an official, just a nice little thing you can do, but just a nice little moments that we can pop up. People can read on and go, wow, I'm doing this. So if you've got something else to see or something to appreciate it, why not go and grab one of those things and those things and pop up on the door that you've got there so that other people can go in and see what was making you happy at this time. And we'll just sit back on the wall, everything up there that we've got. We will find it, they've all got the online stuff. So please don't invite people to take opportunities. Coming up our next round of matches, we'll have 4 second quarters in play. With our quarter-final open matches in full play on courts 3, 5, 6 and 7. And full announcement of the athletes in that space. In quarter-final 4 on court 7 will be William and Ben. In quarter-final number 3 on court 5 will be Michael and David. Quarter-final 2 will be played on court 3 will be Brent and Will. And in quarter-final number 1 will be on court 6 will be Ronan and Brent. So congratulations to those that have been through to that elimination stage, quarter-finals.
Hi everybody. This game is an open BC4 5 game. I think it's about their third or fourth round. And we have Ben Fairley from New South Wales and Lillian from New Zealand.
I have not seen either of them yet throughout the tournament, but I've heard great things about Lillian, so I am very excited.
Yeah, she's quite a skilled player.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I've witnessed many of her games over the years.
Fantastic.
So
She's not going to start off for us though, it's going to be Ben, yeah?
Yes.
Ben Fairley.
Whoever is red plays first.
Yeah.
They play their jack and then... All right, Ben's about to play his jack right
I think
now.
Ben has been playing fairly good today, no pun intended.
Yeah. All right.
Standard
Ben's
approach.
gone for around about a 5-metre game. He's about to play his first coloured ball. His plan is to put the coloured ball hard onto the jack if he can.
Let's see what he can do.
I actually commentated Ben's last game. It was against one of my team players, Brent
Was there
Minot.
any bias in that at all, Barry? Or
Not at all.
commentary?
Not at all. I've known Ben.
Oh, there's super glue in that ball
And he-
today. There's super glue in that.
He's
That's
done
a great
exactly what he
shot.
intended. That
That is
fantastic
a
shot. Yeah.
fantastic shot. If you want a dream start, does it get any better than that? Maybe slightly more to our left, but other than that,
Yes, if
Yeah.
it was a bit more in her
But no.
line of view, but
I don't think he can get any more than that.
it's
A little bit more,
Lillian
yeah,
will
for
now
sure,
attempt
but-
to do a drive on that and separate the two balls so that she's got access to the white.
A lot of power in that throw.
I noticed when she did her throw swing then that she bumped the side of her chair, so that put her shot off a little bit. Accidental. It happens.
This is it. This is the sport we're in.
Yep.
Let's see if she gets on now. Quick stretch, then we get back into it.
Oh.
Shot. Just a bit more power on that, and that'll knock that straight
That
off.
would have knocked it around the other side, yeah. Or a bit softer and it would have stopped sitting on the jack as well.
Yeah.
Okay, now she's decided she's going to play defensive, I think.
She's got to block. That's
Try
what I
and
was
block
about
him
to
down.
say, yeah.
Keep him down to 1 point.
Written the rest of this end off.
A lot of boccia players could take note of this. If you can get that first shot right onto the jack, that end will be yours.
I don't know if anyone noticed earlier, but Jason Seda, who's a BC5 player, was in a similar situation to this earlier, and his opponent played to block him off in the second end in a very similar situation to this, and I actually infamously, I should say, said that he should hand in his balls at the end because he seemed to be blocked off. He
Yeah.
proceeded to go on and get 6 close to the jack
Oh, wow.
with his remaining 5 shots.
Beautiful.
Always learning for me.
Oh, another good attempt. Now that she's placed that ball there, that's called a setup ball. If she can now wedge between her own blue and the jack, there's a good chance she can take it. And she's just gone a little bit off.
Let's see what Ben can do with this. Following Jason's footsteps, maybe. He's going for a look.
It'll be a mammoth effort if he can get to put more points on.
What would you do here,
the
Baz?
setters.
Would you take 1 or 2 attempts, hand the rest in, if you're not successful, or would you go for it?
Myself, I would try and smash that head apart. Get rid of them 2 front blue balls.
Mm-hmm.
Although that may be harder said than done. I would attempt to try and do that. And then give yourself a clear runway straight through to the jack.
This is why we're on commentary.
Yeah, exactly. And coaching.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Quite often in our training sessions, we'll do setups like this. We'll say, pretend the head was like this, what would you do then? And then I get the athletes to work on implementing some kind of tactic to try and...
Match-specific training is the best
Correct.
kind of training, and that's
Correct.
what you want. And there you go.
Just like that.
See a student of your game, Baz, because that's exactly what you said he should do. So,
unfortunately, I've had nothing to do with the bench training.
yeah, maybe he's been keeping an eye on your training sessions. That's an excellent shot.
You're right. You're on in the next game. Oh. Unlucky, just went a little bit wide with that. It was a very good attempt, though.
Might be happy with his 2.
Yeah, I think he's just throwing now.
An additional warm-up.
Hoping for the chance to jag another one.
Yeah.
At this stage, I think.
3 would be a great start from, but 2 is not so bad either.
Brilliant.
Yeah, take that at the start anyway.
Time has just gone off at 1 minute. He's got 1 minute left to throw the last 2 balls, which
Yeah,
is plenty of time. However, sometimes when the timer goes off, a lot of athletes will tend to panic a bit.
I think it's just nature, though, isn't it?
It is.
To have to do that under pressure. Best way to prepare for it is by putting ourselves into situations and training.
Correct.
Do the exact same thing.
Yeah, and he's wide with that one too, but
2.
Good on him for
Not
putting in the
too
effort.
bad. Fairly good from Ben. Great start. 2 up after the first end. We're going for a look. We'll have a look. Ooh. Baz, what do you think here? Could we have a bit of drama of some sort?
No, it's all
No
good.
drama. All good in the hood.
Yeah.
There we go.
Maz, our referee, was just explaining to them what ball was number 1, what was number 2, and what was number 3.
This is it.
And seeing as the
There we
third
go.
one is a switch of colour, then the score is 2.
2 red. Ben into an early lead. Far from over yet, though, Baz.
I think so.
Yeah, far from over. Still a long, long time to go. What did you make of that then, Baz?
Usually the athlete that plays the jack will win that end.
Yeah, of course.
It doesn't always happen though, but if they do that first shot correctly, then they can
Which Ben did. And to be
stand a
fair,
much bigger chance of holding that end, yes.
Lillian put up a good bit of a wrestling match as well there to it. So
Too right.
Yeah, to keep it down to 2, because we've seen a lot of situations today.
That could
in
have blown
BC4
out.
and a BC5 where it could have blown out easily. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how easy it is to kind of get ahead of ourselves, and then to all of a sudden you have 4 balls behind the jack instead of in
Correct,
front
yeah,
of
yeah.
it, and then we're in serious trouble. So fair dues to her there too.
All right, Lillian's turn to throw the jack. It's her end. Let's see how she fares. Again, Lillian's
It's like
playing
a mirror.
the 5 metre game.
Good shot. Could be worse. Could be behind the jack.
Yeah, at that length, that's not too bad. You want to be within 2 to 3 balls range away from it. That's a little bit too far, but it's still quite safe.
Yeah.
Depends on what Ben's got planned. He's got a chance here where he can move right on in and take over that jack.
This is it, yeah. Let's see what Ben can do. Oh!
And unfortunately, he's collided with the blue and
Yeah.
fed it on up.
Lillian looks pretty chuffed there as well. Pretty happy, but keeping her poker face on.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely hiding the absolute delight of seeing that collide into the blue ball.
She's gone, yes. However, the jack is still open for Ben. It's
true. It's not the worst case scenario for Ben. Let's see what we can do.
Moved on in, and that's.
He must have magnets in his balls today or something like that.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Remote controlled.
Yeah, remote control.
Watch the guy up the back there with the joysticks.
But it's always tougher as well to do that under some sort of pressure, in a pressure environment. Doing it in training is one thing, but it's important to try and replicate that in training, but we can never replicate it fully, that kind of pressure environment. And to be able to do that under pressure in any end, in any game, it's tough, because you see a lot of people in situations kind of freeze or panic, especially later on in competitions. But any match in competition is important. And you feel the pressure from anyone.
Match nerves can be a downfall. Got to learn to control them as well as.
This is it.
Their playing skill.
100%. But I'm no registered sports psychologist anyway, so I'm going to shy away from that question.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
What a shot.
Wow.
What a shot.
That's fantastic.
I thought she was going to clip her blue ball and go in off, but she's done even better.
From our angle here, it looks like the blue is.
Looks like the blue's a lot
mega
closer,
but look, we're not seeing it from where the ref is seeing it, so we'll be patient. Out come the measuring sticks.
Yep.
Oh, this is tight. And if it's a case of they're at the same distance,
and then
counts
the
as
person
blue.
who shot last has to shoot again.
Yeah.
Because they must take the
Whoever
jack
made
away
it
from
breaks
the
it.
other.
Yeah.
They can't equal. They've got to take it from them. So.
Oh, well, there you
she's
go.
Successfully done it.
Yeah, fantastic shot. That was a brilliant shot.
Still a big opportunity here for.
Ben's going out for a
Ben,
look,
yes.
out for a gander. See what he can find.
Check his line.
This is it.
Right.
Okay.
He's got it all in his head now. He knows what to do.
Puts the magnet back into the ball. See what he can do now.
He's choosing the right ball here.
What would you think here, Baz? What would be your best strategy?
A medium ball.
Yeah.
And try
What
and
angle
follow
are we?
down straight onto her blue.
Okay. And once again, easier said than done.
True. He's got the chance of either knocking it away or sitting against it and being closer to the jack.
Let's see what he can do. 4 balls, plenty of time. Just over a minute 50 to take them. Bit of a distraction there.
Distraction there, yeah.
Oh, wow.
He's done exactly what I thought. He's driven
That's
the blue
a
away.
fantastic shot. He's on form today.
Definitely.
He's on form today.
All right, Lillian will try
No
and do
wasted-
the same thing, I think.
No wasted balls in between. Straight up and all business, no messing.
Ball for ball game, this one.
This is it, yeah, and this is the best kind of game.
Well, she's gone
That's
the
not
other
a bad
side.
shot, okay.
Still too far away. She might try and go inside again.
She's
Or
2 balls
outside,
left.
Yeah. Had the right idea, but ran out of steam.
That's it, just falling a bit short of that jack. Still
Okay.
not a bad blocker to have.
That's a great ball because it's made the scoring circle much smaller.
Yep.
Which
sure
may prevent Ben from getting any more points
Yeah.
in this end.
What would you do here now if you were Ben? Would you hand in your balls?
No,
you get rid
I
of
wouldn't
them?
give up on this one either because he's still got avenues to get in there. He can go down either side. Depends on how
Runs the
confident
risk
he
of hitting
feels.
that blue ball though, and then knocking that blue ball into that, or that jack into the blue balls, and
Well, that blue ball out here closest to us, he could use that and use that as a cushion and sit up against it.
For sure, yeah.
To score his second point. Or he could use the other blue on the inside to go in off.
you just don't want to be too nervous in this situation.
Got to get these ones right.
If you jolt at all, you're brown bread.
Ooh. I think he played that one a little bit too hard, but it wasn't a bad effort.
No signs of handing these in. He's going for it. Risk taking wins games, but he's already
Correct.
won this game.
Okay.
Maybe his subconscious is holding him back that slight bit.
Nothing gained, nothing
Take it
lost.
easy, yeah. We got this.
Ooh, and he went close to getting his second point.
Yeah. One red.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
Winning the opposition's
Yeah.
end.
And we're still in for a good game now into the second half. Only 3 up. Stranger things have happened.
Tight game.
What I really like about Lillian, she looks so calm under the pressure. Like, sees in some situations and certain circumstances, people 3 down can be a bit torn, can be a bit nervous. She doesn't seem to be showing any of that.
At the
Seems to
moment,
be very
no,
calm, very
yes.
cool. Business as usual.
She's in the zone.
She's in the zone. But it's very easy to go out of the zone, especially in sport, especially in competition.
All right. Just waiting for the 1 minute timer to go down.
What do you think
20
then,
seconds to
Baz?
go.
Another 5 metre jack?
I think they're both going to stick to the 5 metre game.
It'd be interesting to see if someone shakes it up a bit, tries something new.
It's at the start of an end like this, it's hard to tell what tactics a person's going to use until they get the jack and they set themselves up.
Tell you
Ben's
what.
ready for it.
Yeah, we're about to find out.
Yeah, here we go.
No surprises here today, exactly. Maybe not 5 metres, but
And Ben's gone for 3.5 metres there.
yeah,
Shorter game.
just slightly. Going for accuracy over power now. See what he can do. He's had a magnet in that ball all day, so let's see if he can make it 3 in a row.
And he's got his eye in. Oh, it came off the side.
Yeah. Maybe he was used to throwing that 5 metre one there.
Yeah.
Wide open for Lillian here.
And she's holding, I think.
Yeah, these guys are copying each other. Red up,
Yeah,
Lillian closer.
She's pushed the red on far enough to take ownership of the jack there.
Do you think this is much of an advantage with the jack still being open, or
No, they're both.
maybe?
They've both got advantages here at the moment.
Yeah.
They both left it wide open. No one's protected it at all.
And at this level, it's just about getting onto it, getting on the jack,
Correct.
sticking to it,
Yep.
making it a home. Let's see what Ben can do. This is his second ball, his second shot. If you're just tuning in now, Ben is currently 3 up. This is the third end.
Wanting the referee to move, to change sides for him. Oh, now he's on the other
There we
side.
go. Yeah, that's why he wanted it to move.
He's getting on the jack, but he's just putting a little too much weight on it.
That's it. That sweet spot seems to be the 4 metre game for Ben.
Yeah, 4 to
Not
5.
5,
Yep.
not
Yep.
3. That Goldilocks distance. Lynn has a great opportunity here to take off. If she can get on the jack now, could see a very, very exciting last end.
And then either side, she's got the reds to use as cushions to
Exactly.
to fill in the gaps, and she's done it. Oh, maybe a bit too hard.
Hopefully for her, if a red is still closer, it is. Okay,
Yeah,
so
the
she has
red is
another
still
shot.
closer, so she's got another chance.
Not
Yeah,
so bad. Maybe she's onto something that we're not aware of.
yeah, true.
More than one road leads to Rome, so to speak.
She could push this jack back a little to make the back.
Oh, you'd be
score.
laughing. You'd be laughing.
Oh,
It's just struggling to sit here. Just probably both participants are familiar with throwing at 5 metres. Just struggling to lessen up on that power. Just a tad. But still a blue go.
neither of them are being straight onto the jack.
No.
They're all off to one side. And that's what's bringing them unstuck, to be honest. Yeah.
Still a
little
blue
too
go
hard.
though. Still has the opportunity to take the jack.
She's got to measure this. We won't know if there's been a switch until after the measure.
Yep. So who's in the better position here, Baz?
I think
In this
well,
end?
whoever's not holding, this end has got the best advantage, I think, because they got the next shot, and Ben could come through and then cover it off and protect it.
Yeah.
Or Lillian could knock it back and cause multiple score.
Ben has 4 balls left. It has 2.
So Ben is still holding. So Lillian has got the advantage here.
See if Lillian at the 5th attempt can take the jack. Oh, it's not too
She's
bad.
definitely holding now.
Yeah.
And although it's not up against the jack, oh no, it didn't make it.
Okay.
It looks like that blue looks like it's closer from here. But
Does it? Just that red ball on the wing that's just probably holding it a little bit. Last ball. She can get on jack here now. She stands a good solid chance.
yeah,
She has to be closer now.
I think she is. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't tell because she's exhausted all of her balls.
Yep.
So therefore, it's obviously got to be red anyway. So by getting a red bat doesn't necessarily mean that blue's holding.
Nope. What do you do if you're Ben in this situation, Baz? What do you do?
That the blue that's furthest away from us there, I think he should aim down on the inside of that and hopefully just brush it and come through to the jack.
You have to just break this Booby trap up.
It's got to be very precise, this shot.
Yeah, we're playing bowling now, not boccia.
Yep.
Big power shot needed here from Ben. N3. Has a comfortable lead. Can he make it more comfortable for himself?
He's done that. He's done
that's ice
He's
cool.
done it. Yeah, that's...
And excuse me, I correct myself. 3 balls left to play now.
Yeah.
Not 2. 3 balls left to play from now.
The skill that's been shown in this game, the score doesn't reflect that.
No, not at all. Sometimes it can just happen though. You lose an end or 2 by 1 or 2, and then all of a sudden the game can get away from you.
It gets away, yeah.
And that's the beauty of the sport though. And that's the way the cookie crumbles in it. It can just happen that way, but the law of probability says that it will come back around in our favour again. Or in a different way. No, he's done.
He's had another look at that and he's decided it's too dangerous.
Right decision.
2 blue balls there he can easily knock in, and he's decided to throw off.
Right decision.
I think that's the right decision, yeah. Yep.
1 red.
Unfortunately for Ben in that situation, risk outweighed management.
Yeah, I think he looks okay with it though. He looks happy.
He's happy, yeah. Did a good job.
Game just edging away from Lillian just a slight bit.
Yep.
Just a slight bit now, yeah. 4 down in the last end. Although, look, Baz, we've seen stranger things happen today.
Yeah.
Never mind overall in boccia. So anything is possible. And she's the best situation for her. She's on Jack.
Yeah, I witnessed a game yesterday that ended up the 4th end being 6-0 to the person who was down. So you just never know.
Stranger things have happened than Lillian picking up a tiebreaker or a win here.
It's not over till the referee says it is.
This is it. Maybe she gets on Jack. 2 or 3 balls get away from Ben. You just don't know. You just don't know. Ben doesn't look like he's going to give anything away though, does he?
No, seems very happy with
he's
himself.
He's on point, yeah.
Showing his confidence.
That's it, like a boxer in their prime, coming out ready for the championship rounds. Coming out fit and healthy. Oh,
all right, Lillian's gone to 7 metres.
Yeah.
Slightly different tactic.
What do you think of this?
Doesn't hurt. It's
not
good
so
idea.
bad for 7 metres, yeah.
If it's not working, it's best to try something different.
This is it, yeah, why not? Give something a go, do something new. See how we get on. Let's see how Ben reacts to this now.
Ben can play the 7 metre game.
Fantastic.
He's pretty good right over the court.
He's taking his time.
He's going to fall short. Good try.
Well, yeah. I think that's a throwaway ball though for the start. That ball would have. That ball's a hacky sack. Yeah, that's a hacky sack.
Softest ball.
Yeah.
Played the softest ball forward first. And didn't have the distance, and he's gone just too long with that one.
Okay.
It's actually travelled out.
No. Does he start thinking about laying a few defenders now, or is it too early?
Too early, I think.
Too early.
Maybe after this one, he might start to change his thinking. Unless he switches it. If he switches it, it's a whole different game. And he's done that successfully.
That's a small circle now. That's a small circle
well.
now, yeah. Good shot on the 3rd ball. What can Lillian do here to help?
She's still got a clear shot through to the Jack.
Yeah.
Because everything is just off of it a bit. Again, this is going to come down to precision.
She has to put the ball back in Ben's court, so to speak.
Correct.
Let him make all the decisions. Oh.
She went for a knock-up, and it almost got there. Or has it made it? Maz is checking it out closely.
From our angle, it looks red closer.
Yeah.
But we're going to get a measure.
She's got a measure.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe the knock-in was the right decision.
Yeah.
I didn't think about doing that. But
I don't know whether I'm cold now because the door's open behind us, or I'm getting a bit nervous.
Yeah, a bit of breeze coming in.
Red's closer.
And yeah, Ben's still holding.
Still not the worst situation to be in. What does she do here now? Does she knock that blue ball closer?
She can try knocking that in a bit more, I think, or go between the two blues. Or go onto the red and knock the red away.
Yeah, for sure.
And that would
be
give
the
her
bully.
two. Play the power game.
This is it, yeah. We're in it to throw big punches. Let's see what she's going to do. Just falling short.
I think she was going to knock that red
short,
away, but
yeah.
she just clipped that other red one at the start there.
They just need, the last end or two, they just seem to be landing it just at that kind of same position. It's good, but it's just not close enough. Am I going to eat my words?
No, she's still clipping that red ball.
On that par, yeah.
Needs to stay away from that. And that's
there we
one.
go. That's the one that we... Is that the
Yeah.
one that... Has it come just a bit too late? Or... Is that the one we could have used with...
Depending on what Ben does here, she might end up holding this. That's going to be hard for Ben to get in there from now on.
What does Ben do here? How does he approach this? Is he trying to blast those blue balls out of the way?
I think...
Is he going to bunny hop over them?
I think his idea now would be just to try and get in there and block.
Protect your lead.
Yeah, keep it a 1.
Yeah.
And then he's taking the game.
That's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
He's not missing today. Very mature, very clean performance. How long has Ben been in Boccia for?
Oh, it's been a couple of years now. I'm not really sure.
Because his experience level in this game in particular looks fantastic.
I think about 3 years.
Not only to know what to do in this situation and to be, once again, proud enough to kind of do it. But
that wasn't a bad effort.
Yeah, but to set blockers like that and to set them so well, to know what to do and how to do it in the moment. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's the biggest part of the battle.
Put up a solid display here. Now. I think Lillian needs a shot from the gods now to save this game. Once again, Baz, we've seen stranger things happen today. She's going to need to push all those balls close. Let's see what she can do. Let's see what she can do.
Her clock wasn't running.
I wouldn't complain about that too much.
Yeah, she was at an advantage there, but anyway. Honest of her to...
Yeah. I'm happy to see more of this anyway.
And again, she had over 2 minutes spare, so the time wasn't really a factor.
No, she'll be okay.
Although that's a little bit of a mistake, it's not a problem.
Let's see what she can do. One close, one up, last end. Oh.
And his blocking worked. Stopped her from getting
very
that
mature, very classy performance from Ben.
She stood a good chance of getting up to 2 points there, but that wall that he put up stopped her.
I thought maybe the angle's not right and we can't see it obviously from her angle, but just that outside, maybe if you could just in some way push And then the other ball would have to follow through as well, go for a 4-all draw, but
Yeah.
that's just not the way it's panned out in this situation.
Never came together for this game.
No. How many close here won?
Pardon, what was that?
How many close here won for the blue?
Yep.
Maybe 2.
1. It's 1.
It's
Pretty
1.
sure it's 1. She measured those before, and the red was holding. Yeah, so
Just the 1.
Still looks like the 1. Yeah,
Just the 1. Final result to be confirmed now by the referee. Two.
It is 2.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. God, it makes you think just with that last shot. Maybe if you just pushed something close and it came down to those 2,
Well,
you never know.
He bumped his red ball with that second last shot, so it probably was holding up until then, and he's knocked it away. So
final result
4-2.
Yeah, good game.
Good
performance
close
from
game.
both athletes. Yeah,
You bet. Yeah.
Ben looks happy with that. Yeah, fantastic. 4-2, fantastic result.
He's having a good tournament, Ben.
Yeah.
All right.
Good stuff.
That concludes that game.
That concludes that game. Baz, it's been a pleasure.
Been a pleasure.
I enjoyed
with you
my
too.
first commentary experience with you today.
Thanks. Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you. All the best for you too.
Thank you. Thanks, mate.
And he learned that we were all the time.
Loki's first Festival.
that's the one-off.
All decisions to play at the same time.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, on court to the Great Medals 2024. On court 6, George Horse and Joseph Beckers. On court 5, Matthew Whiting and Aaron McMahon. On court 3, Matt Van Hook and Miller Lee.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Peter King here with co-commentator Arian Shah. Arian Shah, would like to introduce yourself to everybody out there?
Yeah, so I'm a BC2 player. I've been playing for about 12 years. I've also been lucky enough to play for Australia the last few years, and I'm just really excited that something like the Boccia Australia National Titles is coming on the map with all this live coverage happening.
And Arian, you're fresh off court in the last round. How did the last round go for you?
Oh, the last end was a bit of a heart attack for me, but I feel like it was such a tight contest, worthy of where myself and Lockie are at, and we both put everything into it, and with one blue ball on touching the jack on one side and one red on the other, I was lucky enough to secure a tight win.
Awesome. Congratulations on that, Arian. And I think our competitors on this court are just approaching us now.
Yeah, and Chris will be really hungry to put that last game behind him. He was a favourite to win it, and he also had an extra jack as Corey accidentally fouled his. So look for Chris to make a big statement here to get him back into that gold medal hunt.
And what do you know about Jack Torrey from Victoria?
I know that Jack has put in a lot of work to get where he is at the moment. He's predominantly a short straight player, plays underarm, so it'll be interesting to see whether Chris varies his length or keeps it consistent going into this game. Try something a little bit experimental.
So Jack has won 2 from 3. Chris has won 1 from 2. So Chris really needs this win. Jack, not so much. I wonder if that'll play out.
Yeah, the fact that Jack is the only undefeated player should give him a little bit more confidence. But how do you think each of them will play given the situation and what's at stake here?
My best guess is that Chris will go short and wide, and quite a long way wide. He won't go for too much length. Jack will go for a little bit more in the middle, and I think his length may vary. Jack's a guy who thinks a lot about his game and is prepared to change tactics. Chris will go on with one plan and will stick to that plan.
And do you think Chris would change his jack length the second time round depending on the game situation?
Now, I'm trying to look keenly at Chris's ball set in that white basket behind him. Often the selection of balls will tell us where he's going to be playing his jack, whether he's got any hard balls in there. So I might wait until the warm-up to make that judgment. So my first guess is Chris Allardyce out short and wide.
And we know that both of them are predominantly drawers, but what other weapons they possess?
Yeah, no, very good. Jack's got a bit more arm strength, and can do a bit more of a bigger drive. But Chris is able to get some air from his high release, and he can bounce over balls and bounce on top as well. But as you say, drawing is their main strength.
The warm-up is beginning now.
Yeah, Chris, as predicted.
But not as wide as first thought.
No, that's right, not as wide.
And Jack goes towards that 5 metre middle of the court straight out.
Must say, I do like Jack's playing chair, though.
Yeah, it's very compact, narrow, and he has no risk of his wheels going out.
Yeah, you look at the difference in the size of chairs and the height. Jack is lower to the ground, which helps with his high delivery.
Especially going underarm, it's important to get as low as possible in that throwing release. Chris started off a little bit erratically, but starting to close his own jack down. It's interesting how neither player has decided to go for each other's jack in this warm-up.
I know, that's a good tactic, isn't it, in the warm-up? To make a statement to the other player that I know where your jack is, I can find it whenever I want to.
Yeah, and then it really catches them off guard because they don't really know that you're going to do that.
Now, Chris has gone for 3 harder balls in his set. That last ball is a new elite handy life ball, but I think that's a medium soft that's very new, so it is in fact quite hard. So I think Chris has taken into account that Jack might go long on him.
Oh, but that could also be a driving ball at the same time.
Correct, that's right. He's taken out his older victory balls, which are going quite soft now, and is using those suede handy life balls as his 3 soft options.
And Jack did go for 1 throw at Chris's jack.
I like the way that Chris has got his chair already lined up to play the jack.
Yeah, as much time you can save in between ends, the better it will be for those tactical decisions you're going to be making.
That's right. It could be that spare time in ball 5 and 6 that makes all the difference in the end phase.
Definitely, just that little bit extra. Chris is about to throw the jack now for red as the game is about to begin. Seems to be struggling a little bit with his
he's
release
changing
here.
his line to come on the inside a bit more. I think I preferred the line up before he just moved.
He does go just over and
The line of the chair doesn't actually match the line of the ball, does it?
No, because he's lined up slightly more to the right through across.
Because inevitably he must be turning his hand outwards.
Yeah, and that will make him lose control of the ball a little bit.
And there we go.
He has thrown it just past, a little bit too hard.
In the warm-up he did that first ball perfectly, and there he's obviously bounced off it and gone behind.
Open for Jack now. He's got a really good line in. A little bit hard there from Jack, but good line. In fact, it's gone out, unfortunately.
Sometimes it's good to be going again.
Yeah, because nothing's changed out there, and he still has that open line in.
I like the way that Jack's left hand can grip that sidearm really tightly.
Yeah, it really helps with that stability,
him,
body stability when throwing. that's a much better ball.
That's a good ball.
Great line, and just that annoying length could be driven up.
I don't think he'd be too upset going again because he can still see the full jack, can't he?
Yeah, and now he can crowd it.
And if he can sneak in behind that blue ball, then it will be well defended from Chris.
Definitely. Especially as that second ball is already right in his line. Oh, that's good.
Has
ball.
pushed up that ball. And it's holding.
Oh, he's done
well
just
played,
enough.
Jack.
Good shot.
Now, if you were Chris, would you draw beside the jack or try and push the jack back or the blue out?
I think Chris is a drawer predominantly. He doesn't like to drive if he can avoid it. And there might be just enough gap.
He's called for a soft ball here, so I think he's going for a draw.
Yeah. Or it's too high, and he wasn't. I don't know whether his line-up was.
I think afterwards he realised his line out was not correct, and now he has corrected it. This is his third and last softball.
And we noticed that Chris does seem to rush into some of his throws. What do you think is like the key to him sort of calming down and slowing down?
Yeah, Chris is known for playing very fast. He's not a man who's normally troubled by the clock.
It can sometimes work to his detriment, unfortunately. But that was a good blocking ball, just sitting in front of that holding blue.
Now, I think he's going to struggle to control the pace of these next three balls.
The soft medium one. Yeah. What he has actually done is left those balls for Jack to come in off later.
Jack will be looking at those reds on the side, thinking he can use those.
Definitely. And he can use them as a target, anything on the inside. What do you think is going through Chris's mind right now?
He's experienced enough not to panic. Now that's a good ball. There
That
you
is
go.
a
That's a good ball.
perfect delivery. Great shot.
That
from
has
Chris.
fixed it up. Jack can see probably 2/3 of that jack, so if he can play it accurately enough, he can probably knock that red off to the left.
Yeah, he has two options. He can come in hard in between the blue and the jack, or knock the red out.
Yeah, I think he'd feel confident about doing this.
And even if he does get a ball on, but it's not holding, it makes it really hard for Chris to get anyone.
Unlucky. That's a good place to have the ball behind.
He did use those reds.
Now go hard, Jack. Throw into this everything that you've got.
Do you think he's going to try and knock the jack back? Still get rid of the red?
I think that's what his aim's going to be.
Oh, good shot. Just off target.
Well, at least he's closing down the head here. So if he loses his first end by one,
Hopefully
I
it's
don't
just
think
one.
he'll be disappointed
No.
about that.
Especially in the sense that he's going now.
Chris's last ball is a hard ball, and
Yeah.
he could quite easily knock some of those blues in.
Or he could knock the jack back by accident.
Correct. Yeah, underarm swing for more power. Good idea.
Oh, lucky just came across too far.
Yeah, that's a new shot that Jack's developing. Hard to put it into action when it's such a new shot, under pressure in a match.
It's good to try it, have the courage to try it in a big competition.
I think Chris is going to throw off here, by the way.
That seems like the logical decision. Oh, no, he's not.
Yeah, he said hard himself. It's a hard ball. I think he's going to throw this off towards the back of the court. No, he's looking at the head.
He might have spotted that coming in off that blue there to add a second, but it is, yes, he's
He might have done it.
Yeah, that was a smart shot.
Well, that was very daring of Chris, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's not unlike him to go for those kind of shots.
That made a mockery of my idea that he might be cautious and throw off. 'Tis only one red, but that was a good try by Chris.
Pretty tight end. He did promote that red on the left, but didn't quite move the other one in to follow it.
Who do you think will be the happiest at a 1 to red?
100%. Only conceding one. Because ideally you want to concede one and win by 6, and he has conceded 1. So going forward, he has a bit of the momentum.
Yeah, I think that will give Jack confidence.
Where do you think he'll place his first jack?
I reckon where he threw it in the warm-up.
Right.
I reckon 4 metres, a bit out to the right, but not too much angle. He's lining up his chair now.
That's good, using that extra time.
Yep.
And the second end is about to begin, and Jack has the jab. The wrong clock was going.
Yeah, we've started the wrong time.
Fixed.
Sort of fix that clock up, but that won't take too long.
No, it's ready now.
Oh, Jack has
gone
gone
a bit
long.
long. About 7 there. Long and straight.
Good job that Chris put those extra hard balls in his set then.
Yeah, he was thinking tactically about what his opponent might do. Well, it seems to be more issues with the clock here.
Yeah, the timekeeper's hitting the red button when it needs to be hitting the blue button. It is great, though, that Boccia Australia's got so many volunteers who come in and help out, though, isn't it?
Definitely. It
Big shout
really
out.
wouldn't happen without them.
Big shout out to all those people who come in and volunteer their time. Which, of course, is all the referees as well.
Basically everyone that isn't a player. Well, that's a good ball by
That's
Jack,
okay.
but a little bit past, but good line.
At that length, I think that's a pretty good effort.
Still open for Chris, and he can draw to this length.
Yeah, he's got 3 balls that can easily get there. Ball 5, 13, and his hard ball.
I feel like this end will really be a test of pace control. Whoever can control their accuracy at this longer length the best. Oh, that is just slightly closer. Good shot by Chris.
It's a hold, but a weak hold.
Still open for Jack.
See on the court behind Arian, we've got the other key BC1 battle between Dylan and Joseph, and in the second end just started, and Dylan is 1-0 up.
What ramifications do you think that game has on that pool?
Dylan must win. It's a must-win game for Dylan to progress. And if he wins that and Jack wins this, then they will be playing off in the semi-final.
What a game that will be.
That's a nice ball. Look at that.
Oh, what
That's
a
great
shot.
ball.
That is a perfect ball.
Jack looks very pleased with himself, as he should be.
That is right in the line of Chris, but it is on the side, so he could potentially move it back. It's good from Chris, checking the head, seeing.
It's essentially a two-ball target, isn't it? You can either knock the blue out or the jack back towards his red. He's definitely got two balls that can do that, especially the hard ball that he's got.
But knocking the jack back towards the red is a much bigger drive. So I think that knocking the blue out, it doesn't have to move very far. Then he can draw up behind it. Oh, he
Beautiful,
does
Chris.
just defend, but now he can use that ball.
Yeah, he's beginning to control the front of the head there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Now he's going to use the hard ball, which I think will be to knock the blue out now.
Or would he knock the red out?
Yeah, probably be happy with either of those results.
I feel like it's the easiest shot.
Oh, he's lost his glasses in the arm swing.
Both of the, given where both those balls are, knocking the red up, I think is a better option. Oh, and he does try that, but he's missed it. He's gone straight through that gap and sailed past.
He just got a little bit too much height in that release that took the power off it too. Got a little bit too much air as it came out of the hand. Now he can get these three softballs down there if he really musters his strength.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
That is a great shot from Chris. He's knocked the blue back and left the red sitting there, but the blue is still holding. But he can now use that gap between the red and the jack or push that red in to hold. Yes, he's closed it down. It's a great draw from Chris. We're locking up the front of the head now. He's still trailing, however, with his final ball now. Either way, he'll make it really hard for Jack to score any more points.
Oh, he's done it.
That is a great shot. He's knocked up his front red, and I think he might be holding now.
This is sensational throwing for two BC1s, Aaron. This is almost BC2 style.
Definitely at 7-8 meters, being this accurate. There's not too many balls.
It is
going
one red.
past or short.
Now surely Jack, he's got to try and knock the jack back.
Yeah, he's got the ball. He's got the blue ball behind, sitting there just for that shot.
The way those reds are arranged, if he goes in to that area, the reds will separate from the jack.
Because
so,
there's some quite hard balls in there.
Dylan's enjoying a 5-ball end phase on the court behind with a pretty big scoring zone.
Where is the jack on in
at
that
9
game?
meters?
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's long strategy work.
Jack is claiming the drop ball. If you drop the ball in the motion of throwing, it's up to the referee to decide whether you played it or not. But the ball didn't enter the field of play.
So then
it
is
the referee has decided he can have the ball back. Bit of a grey zone, that one, but the referees agreed with him.
He's going for the drive now, it looks like.
Unlucky
he
Jack.
didn't get the pace. He didn't get the line on it. Pace was there.
Yeah, for BC1s, they've got a lot of physical impairment in their arms and shoulders, and you can see that with Jack. Jack knows what he wants to do, but of course the challenge is to get his arm and his shoulder to agree to do what he's telling it to do.
Yeah, even with his action going right to left in that swing, that isn't entirely straight, and we see again his arm went to the right.
To his left.
Drifting the ball off course. Just slightly. He might want to consider moving his
The first
chair
few arm
potentially.
swings look like they're straight, but the last one has gone across his body.
Yeah.
And that's happened again.
Oh, it's gone left once again. It does look like with Jack only having one ball left that Chris will take this end.
Yeah, and then we could have a 1-1 at half time. So let's watch these arm swings from Jack. Straight, straight. Oh, then it hooked it out to the right this time. Dylan is enjoying himself down there in end phase, racking up the points.
I can see there's not too much in his line of sight to really worry about, and he needs as many points as he can, obviously, to progress.
One red nailed on, do we think?
Yeah. Just the one there.
Chris, rightly so, is asking to come and have a look. Always good to contest the referee's decision. See if you can come down and have a look. Chris has asked for a measure and has been entertained by the referee. She doesn't have to agree to do the measures. You can always tell them to go back. Chris declaring that he likes to double check.
Because there's a tightly packed head with a couple of with those reds sort of lining up the front.
Jack making sure he sees what goes on. Always important to make sure you've got a good view of the measure, isn't it?
Yeah, because then you can see whether everything is being done with proper practice.
Yeah, correct. So we measure the gap of the nearest blue. Yep, Chris accepts it. Both players happy. So both got a point, but they've got the point off each other's ends.
No, Chris is...
Now, do you think either of them will change tactic in the second half?
Not really. Well, Chris is currently 2-0 up, so I think he'll just look to play his normal game and keep the heads tight.
Now, I'd like to see Chris line up his chair and keep his chair in that line and don't change it before he throws the white ball.
And then keep it for the first ball.
Correct.
Do you think Jack will go shorter in his end?
Yeah, I think he's one more likely to change tactic.
So he's more of a situational player?
Correct, yeah. But Jack has put a lot of effort into his game recently, doing a lot of work in the gym, making his body as flexible and as strong as possible, getting the new chair, working really well with his new coach Mike, changing his ball set. He's really making big efforts on developing his game.
And you can really see, even with his temperament and the way he approaches the game, his focus, his relaxation, the whole physiological and psychological aspect.
Yeah.
It's completely shifted.
And he's the only BC1 who's won both his first two games.
And he's still in this one.
Correct, that's right.
Sure.
So if he wins this, it looks like he might be playing Dylan in the semi-finals.
Ooh.
Chris has gone for a lot of angle on that. Oh my God,
Just over the V.
All the spectators are breathing in. Give that ball room. But can he back it up with a ball that's going to stay in and get in front?
Well, he hasn't changed his chair positioning, which is good.
And the ball's gone out.
Ouch.
This can be the problem, can't it? You put it in a very difficult position for the opponent, but it can be difficult for you.
Yeah. It really depends how well you are at controlling that angle and that pace. That's when that fine motor control really...
He might like to line his chair up this time a bit more.
Yeah.
That's a bit better.
But he's automatically using two balls, whereas Jack still has all six, because when a ball goes out, I
think the fear of the second ball going out has psychologically made him play more inside and too far inside now, because that's basically an open Jack, isn't it?
Yeah, anywhere past that red for Jack is going to be scoring, and if he gets on the angle and he's left, he can go straight in.
I think I know what Jack's going to do. I think Jack will...
He's going to put a ball in the cross.
Correct.
Just in case he knocks the Jack out.
Yep.
In that case, the Jack will go into the middle of the court, and having that ball there will automatically sort of make the opponent play. I like that smart, futuristic thinking from Jack. He's really thinking on the fly.
Yeah. Smart thinking, Jack. This is the insurance policy ball, isn't it?
Yeah. And if he doesn't get it out, then he will crowd the head.
Now that's a good ball. That is a good ball. If that Jack gets placed on the cross, that ball is nicely in line with Chris.
Yeah. It's right in his line.
Now he's going to go to the head.
Yeah, now he's going to try to knock Jack out to make that blue ball
I reckon he just
effective.
needs to get in front and put the pressure back on Chris.
Yeah, because then Chris could accidentally knock his own Jack out trying to remove Jack's ball.
Correct, that's right. Now put some pressure on him.
Or
Just needs to sneak past, make him play. No, I don't think it has.
now he can drive that up. It doesn't need to move much.
Just go for the open Jack, I think, Arian.
Yeah.
It's still wide open. Make Chris play.
There we go. There we
Yep,
go.
that's all he needs to do. Force Chris into playing.
Because that is in Chris's line now.
Now the pressure goes back onto Chris. Jack can get into the back of his box, regroup.
Now Chris is probably even more worried about his ball going out because he has to go down the side wide to get closer then.
Okay.
Oh, but that is
now he's
a
edging
great
closer.
ball.
It's a nice game of Russian roulette between the two of them now, isn't it? You get closer, I get closer, you get closer.
Yeah, ball for ball is really what you want. Makes it really exciting.
So Jack's gone a bit deeper in his box here to find that angle between the red and the blue.
Then he could also come in off his blue. Well, it's a little bit far to be a set-up ball, I think. He just needs to be careful of that red and not knocking it closer. Or unlucky.
It's gone out.
Bit too much pace on it. This was part of Chris's plan.
Got plenty of
in terms
time, Jack.
Putting the Jack there. Well, that's good.
That's good. One straight down the middle would be good, though. Last ball from Jack.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to leave Chris with a big scoring zone and a big hole to get into it. Dylan, by the way, is 6-0 up after 2 ends but in the game behind.
Well, so his long Jack really paid off for him then. Oh, that's
That
a nice
is a
ball.
good ball.
That is a
good
great
ball.
ball because it's protected by that red behind. And now Chris is blocked from the front and onto the right-hand side.
Wisely, Chris is going to come out and have a good look at the head from behind, work it out.
Yeah, and he has lots of time. He's thrown his 3 balls.
Yeah, he's
in
still got
about
3 balls.
A minute and a half, as he often does.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes, plenty of time. But I don't like that lining up, though. He's lining up to go down the middle of the courts.
Oh, he's fixing it up now.
That's better.
Yeah, going back and across in his box to really make the most of that width there.
I think this is the hard ball coming out.
So you reckon he can just edge that red ball in?
Yeah, see, if he's not lined up, his arm doesn't do the right pendulum action.
And he goes across.
Now he's lined up properly, but it's a shame that he has to waste one ball to work out, oh dear, I've got to change my line.
Yeah,
he should get the line right.
Every ball is precious in every game. Well, there we go. He's trying to edge that red up.
Now, he still hasn't used up half his time, and he's got one ball left. He's playing like a man who's got a plane ticket.
Unless he can go through. Oh, he has tried to drive it up. That was a good attempt by Chris. However, I think Jack still holding. And
I go back to Jack's insurance policy ball there. That put pressure on Chris that he could not knock the Jack out.
Yeah, that did definitely play on his mind for sure. Still had over half his time with all balls played. And yeah, that is a great comeback from Jack off Chris's end, and it's still all to play for, 2-1 to Chris going into the last end. So given that Jack had won that end, the opposition end, what do you think Jack is going to do now?
No, good point. Where does Jack think he's got the highest probability of making it easy for him and hard for Chris?
I don't know if he's going to go long again.
No, I think he'll go shorter. Because Chris did so well on that long end, didn't he? Look, he's discussing it with Coach Mike now. I'm sure they're having a pretty intense discussion about this. Where are we going to put this Jack? So this is for Jack to lose, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
2-1 up. He's the one who's going to be setting the length.
Chris is in the lead. Chris is 2-1 up. Not Jack.
No, Jack's up.
No. Chris is up. Chris is 2, Jack is 1.
You're right. Sorry about that. I'm getting the maths wrong.
It's been a long day. It's probably blurring into one. This will be
Good job
very
on the scoreboard,
interesting. Definitely. Oh, and he does go long again, but even longer this time. Going about 8.
Yeah, let's go 8 meters.
Then sort of towards Chris's side of the court.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. I'm not sure if that was his arm or whether he actually intended to go there.
I think it was that arm swing coming across his body again.
Yeah. Because it doesn't release straight. It releases on that angle.
Jack needs a good first ball here.
Oh, there we go. Oh, no. It's gone out, unfortunately. But he does get a second opportunity.
Now, essentially, we've got 5 balls versus 6.
Yeah. It's not a good start when you lose 2 balls straight away and your opponent still has all of them. But Jack can really make this ball count and try to put this game away. Oh, that's better. That's much better.
But hasn't got the power.
A little bit short. But it is increases away a little bit.
2.5 meters short. This is where Chris can get on it and take the game away from Jack.
Yeah, doesn't need to draw very far. And as long as he gets it behind that blue, then it will be annoying Jack with its line. And he has got it closer.
Good length?
Yeah, the line. Jack can still use the line. But now he needs to be really accurate with his power and really concentrate. Oh, that's a great shot. Oh,
Good
a little
line,
bit
but too much power.
Too much pace, but the line was perfect.
It just struck me, Arian, if Jack doesn't win this game, then in their pool group, we've got 3 players who've all won 2 games.
Yeah, Chris, Jack, and...
So it'll all be on the for and against,
which
and the
Jack
head-to-head
probably
between
doesn't
those 3
have
players.
A lot of... Yeah, then Jack and Corey.
They've all beaten Amanda, which means that their scores against Amanda are taken out of the equation, so it's the head-to-head against those 3 players.
And
So
Chris
extra
lost
points could be
narrowly.
very handy here.
And Chris lost narrowly to Corey. And then if Jack has that same margin against Chris...
Jack only just beat Corey as well. Extra points in this game could be crucial.
Oh no. His arms come across again. And that's
3 balls
another
out.
ball out. The long Jack gamble hasn't paid off, unfortunately.
On the court behind, Joseph has got 2 points back. Dylan has just delivered the longest jack known in boccia history at about 9.8.
How close is it to the line?
Well, ridiculously close.
Wonder what his first ball was like. For BC1 to possess that much power,
Yeah.
it's quite something.
Yeah, correct, absolutely.
He does possess a lot of shots and a lot of strength. Oh, that's unfortunate.
I think that ball's gone out as well.
1 ball in court. This could be a pile-on for Chris here.
Dylan has also just thrown a ball out the back of the court as well.
That's not surprising, given where the jack went.
Yeah. I hope Chris remembers he needs to get a lot of points here. Obviously, he's going to have a 5-ball end phase. He needs to make them all count, doesn't he?
He could get 6 here. Or
he's got to go for them all.
Last ball. It's a do or die ball for Jack. He really needs to make this count. And it's on court, which is a good sign, but it's not really defending.
Chris is asking for the score, although it is pretty obvious.
Yeah.
I think he's just enjoying the action of asking the referee.
And
playing
thank
the moment.
God he's not throwing off.
He must not hit these blues. He must score as many as possible. There you go.
There we go.
Ka-ching, ka-ching.
He's found the line in.
Point number
now
2.
He can look to pile on here.
Yep. Don't change anything now, Chris. Just head straight towards that red ball.
Because he can use that ball as a target. There we go. Another one.
But slow down, Chris, and follow your shot process.
Yeah, he's still used up less than a minute of his time, which is remarkable. Oh, there we go.
That's when you can make mistakes, though. If you grab at it,
you have to keep the composure to get all of them.
Correct. Jimmy Joseph has put Dylan under pressure there. Well done,
that's
Chris.
a great shot from Chris. Straight through the middle. He can afford to go out and have a look or turn around or do something to calm himself down.
Yeah.
And he's got that.
There you go. He's played that end phase like a hungry man at the buffet, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's filled his boots. Well played,
And that's
Chris.
6. It's very rare that you get 6 in an end. That was quite a clinic from Chris towards the end. And it really puts Jack in a bit of jeopardy.
Well, the points against Jack could count. That could be
Definitely.
the thing that puts Chris and Corey into the semi-finals and takes Jack out on for and against in the head-to-head.
Definitely.
That could be the deciding 6 balls.
And it was all to play for there. Jack was in it for 3 of the ends, but couldn't quite close it, unfortunately.
I didn't see an 8-1 victory coming, though, did you?
No way. I didn't see Chris getting 6 in any of the ends. That was quite a statement to finish, for sure.
And he did try and play all 6 balls within 1 minute too, didn't he?
Yeah, even though he knew exactly that line, but there was always that risk with rushing that much that one of them was going to hit the blue.
Correct.
Especially because he didn't change his lineup or come and have a look during that time.
So, Aaron, I think that probably brings our stint at the microphone to an end. Any last thoughts about the game we've just seen?
No, it was wide open to begin with. Now I think those semi spots are almost locked in, depending on how Dylan's going over there against Joseph. But it was a great game to be courtside for, and 2 real heavyweights in the VC1 competition.
Well, it's been a pleasure spending time with you, Arian, and good luck in Bahrain, where you'll be off with the Australian team in a couple of weeks' time at the World Challenger. So good luck with that.
Thank you. It was good fun, and looking forward to that next challenge.
Oh yeah, slightly in. See that blue line slightly See that blue line slightly in. See, it would be
Welcome back to the coverage of the Boccia Australia National Titles for 2024 here at the Whitlam Centre in Liverpool. My name's Phil Bates, and joining me in commentary here is John Kavanagh. G'day, John.
Welcome, Phil. It's a first for me. Looking forward to watching this match.
Yep, all the way down from Queensland?
Yeah, down from Queensland. I've been involved in Boccia for nearly over 20 years and
doing a lot of coaching back when I first started.
Yeah, so I had the opportunity to coach the Queensland team, and then it was a pleasure to be able to coach the national team for a period of time and see the sport evolve. And but it's it's a passion of mine, and I still do some coaching, and to see these guys come to these tournaments and perform.
And your son Lachlan playing overseas for Australia.
Yeah, so Lachlan, there was just a match just moments ago between two of the guys, Lachlan and Arian, who are in the talent squad, Australian talent squad, and super match. Went right down to the wire, but the guys are they're getting to have international travel now, and in the Australian squad, and it's fantastic for them getting exposure on the world stage.
That's great. And speaking of exposure on the world stage, here we have a BC3 match between Ivy Thorne from Queensland and Jameson Leeson from New South Wales. And Jameson, famously, one of the two people from Australia that won silver medals in the boccia in the Paralympics in Paris earlier this year.
It's wonderful that and Jamison from a small country town of Dunedoo, New South Wales. It just shows you that the game of boccia, you can come from anywhere. You don't have to be in the cities, and we just want to be able to encourage people to play the game of boccia.
And Jameson came in, of course, through the schools program, which for anybody listening who might be involved in a school is a wonderful thing for your school to get involved in. I think we had hundreds and hundreds of school kids involved in boccia in this last year in New South Wales.
the program in New South Wales, the school program is unbelievable, and coming from Queensland, we've got to try and replicate that up there. I always look at, from the coaching perspective, in 32 we've got the Paralympics in Brisbane.
Of course.
And we need to look at the kids that are coming through in the school system, and we're 8 years away, and it takes a long time to get these players to a standard.
Well, they're starting to build the team now, I think, for 32, aren't they?
Yes, yeah. So there's some of the guys that are out here playing this weekend will potentially be there in 32. We want to encourage the new generation coming through, and that's just, in my opinion, is the school kids that are going to be
very much so.
In 8 years' time, they're going to be at an age and develop. So,
so they're the Jameson Leesons of the future.
Yeah, absolutely, and leading the way, Jamison and Dan, and I've noticed since the Paralympics that people are aware of Boccia now. People,
as you said earlier, it's really raised the profile of Boccia in the Australian community.
Yeah, and there's people coming up to me in the street and saying, "Oh, Boccia, I've never seen it before. How good is it?" So it's great for the game.
Well, here we have the athletes have done their warm-up, which, as Dan was saying earlier, for BC3 players is very important because the floor here may be slightly different from the floor that they've warmed up on the warm-up courts. So they have to be aware of how the floor runs between where they are and where they're going to put their jack ball. And both of them have played through that. Ivy is in the maroon T-shirt, being a Queenslander, like a good soft.
Yeah, well, I've got a bit of a soft spot for the Queensland side, so but it'll be a great match, and looking forward to it. They're both good. Well, obviously Jamison is a great player, and Ivy's coming through the ranks, so this will be a great match.
Yep. The red player goes first, and that was decided by a coin toss in the call room, and I imagine Ivy won and chose to play red, which is what you would normally do.
That's correct, and so Ivy's now lining up for the second shot to try and put the ball right on the jack, and in the perfect world it would be right in front of Jamison.
Yep. Trying to place it so that from where Jamison sits, she can see very little of the jack. Got to make it as hard as you can for your opponent. Maybe gone just a little too far there, John?
Yeah, just to the line. It opens up now for Jamison to be able to put a ball right on the jack. So in this ones, you need to be right in front if you can.
From where we're sitting here, we've got a really good shot of Jamison lining up her ramp. In the BC3 game, the ramp operators aren't allowed to really do anything other than what the athletes have asked them to do. They can't make any decisions, they can't make any choices. They're purely there to be the athletes' hands, as it were.
So that's a great
beautiful
shot.
Ball.
Yeah, great shot from Jamison. The speed was right, and it's right in front, and it's making it a little bit hard for Ivy now. Ivy will probably have to, in my opinion, would have to do a smash to remove that blue ball, and we'll wait and see how she goes. And you're getting an indication if they're going to smash, if they use the extension on the ramp, and so the ball would go right up to the top.
True, yeah.
So we're about to see that.
Oh, there goes the next extension. So I think what you're saying is true, John, that she's going to go for a smash here.
Yeah.
And if we're not careful, the ball may end up hitting us.
And over the years, the ramp quality has improved dramatically.
Hasn't it? Yeah.
In the days when I started off, they weren't good equipment. The ball technology wasn't good, but now it's everything's world class.
And nowhere more evident than with the BC3s.
Absolutely.
And it's almost an arms race with the ramps.
Yes.
You think you've got the best ramp that's being made anywhere in the world, and somebody else comes up with another development, and they're not cheap to buy.
No, and it depends on what they're made of. Some of the players prefer different styles of ramps, and whatever's they're comfortable with.
Yeah. Ivy there releasing the ball with that long tube coming from her lower leg, which I think is... Oh, there we go. She has opened that up a bit. John.
Yeah, absolutely, a little bit. That blue, because it's sitting right on the jack, and I think that Ivy will still have to try and move it to be able to get have a go, be able to get close to the jack.
And she would have used one of her softest balls there.
Yeah. There's a couple of options depending which way she wants to go. She could draw on the right hand side as we look at the ball. So she's got a couple of options here. But I believe she'll go for a drive again.
Yep. She's got both extensions up there, releasing from the very top of the ramp. And the athlete has to be the last person to touch the ball. They've got to be physically releasing the ball. The ramp operator can't do that for them.
So it was a pretty good shot. It was just a bit unlucky that it all rolled through. And but Jamison's ball has just made it so much harder.
Yep.
Her placement.
Yeah, you've already drawn 3 red balls out. And Jameson's sitting there with 5 balls left to go. Each player, of course, has 6 balls.
And the balls that they use, they go from soft to rock hard.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
So there's been a couple of rock hard balls just come out that Ivy has used. Whereas a bit different to the throwers, they tend to have balls similar texture, but it's from one end of the spectrum.
I picked up one of those, the really hard balls, and it's not as heavy as a cricket ball, but it's as hard as a cricket ball.
Oh, they're rock hard.
They're rock hard.
I think Dan has some nicknames for some of the rock hard ones. Yeah, we probably shouldn't repeat them here.
Would Ivy start playing defensively now?
I believe that she should. Yes, she should. She's only got 2 balls left, so try and draw up onto the jack and make it a little bit difficult for Jamison to score maximum points.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky. Just went the speed was a bit too fast.
Yeah. So 1 ball left.
And I think the same shot would be on in this situation. She otherwise
really
it opens
is giving Jamison a lot of space around her blue ball and the white ball that she can score more points in.
Unless Ivy can get a ball that's sitting on the jack and the blue.
That would be ideal.
It would be ideal. It could be a fairly high score if she doesn't do that.
Yep. So Ivy releasing from lower down on the ramp this time. The ramp assistant carefully positioning the ball release device. So she has narrowed down that scoring circle, but I think for a player of Jamison's
it could
calibre,
be, there might be some points scored
plenty
here.
of room to get a lot of balls in there now.
And the thing is, the jack is protected by Jamison's blue ball, so she can afford to go with some pace towards her blue without disrupting the end. And
so she'd use it sort of as a cushion or a buffer.
Yeah, she could put some beside it without too many dangers, because the red that's behind the jack at the moment is a fair way away, and these guys, they know the distances. They've done their measurements, calibrations before the match.
They do spend an awful lot of time on calibration, don't they?
Well, when we started, there's no such thing as calibration. You know, you had to judge, and now it's very technical, and you've got to be very skillful.
Yeah, they would have every sort of square metre of the court mapped out and what distance to put the ball up the ramp for each ball to get to that square metre, wouldn't they? And every time you go to a different venue, you have to rejig your calibration.
Yeah, the speed of the courts, depending whether they're Terraflex or Timbro.
Yeah.
Yeah, so every match, wouldn't matter what court they're playing on, they'd have to recalibrate the distances and whatever.
Yep.
So a good shot from Jamison. She's drawn up to the jack, and it allows her now to just push in, I believe, between the two blues. She can just push another one up.
Yep. She's got a nice space there to play into. Still paying close attention, though, to the lining up of the jack. I'm sorry, the ramp, not the jack. It's been a long day, John.
For all of us, yes, yeah. Yeah, so she's placed up there, and she'll probably do exactly the same shot again, using the balls to stop, and with no danger of getting any of her blue balls back onto that red ball that's behind the jack.
And she just has to keep coming down to the side of that red ball that's in front of the head there. Yeah.
And even in Jamison's situation, her balls would have a different strength, texture, and soft and hard. So she needs to make sure they're different positions on the ramp. Even though she's rolled a couple, she'll know exactly how far these balls go.
Yep.
So she's using that as a cushion, so it's a good shot.
Yep, that's good technique. They've both got Perspex panels there that they can sight through. That's an adaptation that we didn't see earlier in the game.
No. So they're able to look through that panel and line it up from the floor on. So years ago, you just have to tilt the ramp back to be able to line it up. But now the technology is so much better for the guys. And to lower this would be a hard ball.
Yes, and they can be very hard to control.
Yep.
But she's done that nicely.
Yeah, nice shot.
Yeah, those things, if you don't have a buffer, just keep rolling and rolling and rolling.
If that didn't stop, we'd be seeing it at our feet.
That's right. If you can see the balls there, we're sitting just to the right as you're looking at them of the balls. And, we would be right in line for that one.
Yeah.
One more ball to go for Jamison. And she's got a minute and 40 seconds left on the clock, so no need to rush.
That's a lot of time in Boccia now.
Looks like she might be coming down the other side.
I think she's going to try a different approach. Yeah, so do a placement down on the right-hand side. As long as she goes past that red that's in front of her. And it will depend on what ball she's got left too in the rack. We don't know that, so it looks like it's another hardish ball, so it's lower down on the ramp. But she'll know the speed.
Yep. They spend so much time training with these balls that they know them all individually. Yeah, and I think she's rolled that one in nicely.
Yeah, so it'll be a scoring shot.
Yeah.
So Ivy's been invited out to have a look before the referee indicates the score, just to make sure she's satisfied with.
The referee, Lucy Bates, my wife, was refereeing in the Paralympics just recently as well. So, as well as having Jamison from the Paralympics, we've got Lucy refereeing.
And it's wonderful that we've got Australians as international referees.
It is, isn't it?
And it's a great pathway for any young person who wants to get involved in the sport, because it's so rewarding. Refereeing and being on the court with the athletes is, I've always found that you're seeing it at the best level. And so anyone interested in refereeing, come and put your hand up. You'll enjoy it.
Definitely. And I think, as we've seen, as we have in probably the last 10 years in Australia, the standard of refereeing just skyrocketing. That puts more pressure on the players, which makes us, and I'm talking about myself as a player, which makes us raise our game. We have to be better at what we do because the reinforcement of the laws and the rules of boccia make us more conscious of what we're doing.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. So that was a score of 6 to Jamison, and
Yep.
so the maximum score in that first end.
She's done well. And Ivy isn't by any means a pushover.
No, it was.
She's well, a couple of years ago was one of the up-and-coming people, and I think maybe is still on the upward trajectory.
It just shows you that if you haven't blocked them out, you can all of a sudden have 6 against you,
Yep.
against the good players.
And that can be hard to pull back.
Absolutely.
6 in the first end. But I'm sure Ivy will try her hardest to do this.
So Jamison's gone a jack length of about 5 metres. So she'll know exactly how far that blue ball will go, and she would be working that it'll go 5 metres to the...
Yep.
Yeah, great shot.
Just the tiniest gap between the blue and the white.
So,
and as we said earlier, that's nicely placed. I don't think Ivy will see very much of the white
so
jack.
it's on the right side of the jack, blocking Ivy.
Yep.
So Ivy's probably got she hasn't got a choice except to try and smash it out.
Yep. So a hard ball.
It'll be a hard ball right at the top. Yeah. And they have the ability to do that because the balls are rock hard, and if they get it, if she gets it in the right spot, it will move it.
Being able to raise the chairs these days is a good adaptation as well.
Well, it allows someone like Ivy to be able to do the high shots.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she'd be restricted.
That's right. Yeah.
So because it's such a high one, she'll reverse back up to the ramp. She's already lined it up, and then
so
so that she can actually get.
Once she's
the
lined the ramp up, she doesn't have to actually see it anymore.
No, she turns around. The lining up has been done, and now ramp assist must be in the box. Yeah, good effort.
But the 2 balls moved almost as one, the blue ball and the jack. So a very good match of those 2 balls by Jamison.
Yeah. And Ivy's still blocked, and Ivy will, I believe, will still have to have a smash out and give it another go.
So getting that first ball in that position is almost vital, isn't it?
Oh, it determines.
You can still come back from it.
You can still come back from it, but most of the time it determines the result of that end.
Yep.
So Ivy would have to have a couple of really good shots, and then Jamison still got 5 balls
to
play.
So if it takes Ivy, say, another 2 balls to separate those and then want to hold,
you'd want to be and then all of a sudden that you've only got 2 left, and Jamison's got 5.
It's a cruel game.
Yeah, it is a cruel at times. So that's a good shot.
Yeah.
So that enables now Ivy. She would have a good look at the jack, and to roll one up and put one. If I was coaching her, which I don't, I would say put one between the jack and the blue.
Yep.
And
wedge it in there.
Yeah, wedge it in there. Make Jamison work.
Yep. Yep. Let's see if she goes with your suggestion.
On the jack in front of Jamison is probably ideal that she'd be looking for.
Yes. You may think there that Ivy's ramp is actually touching the ground in Jamison's player's box, but the ramp can be adjusted so finely that the end of the ramp that appears to be on the ground is actually about a paper thickness height off the ground, and it's just hovering there. If that was to touch the ground when the ball came down, it would touch. It would be I think a retracted ball and possibly a penalty.
Yeah, retracted and penalty. Yeah.
But because it's not touching the ground, it can be over in your opponent's box. It can't be over the front line though, the playing line. Well, I think Ivy heard you.
Yeah. So I'll have to say it's a good shot by the Queenslander.
Yes, yeah, I'll let you say that, John.
Thank you, Phil.
Wearing my sky blue Boccia New South Wales shirt.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
We're not biased, of course, you know. It's,
No, it's all about Boccia, isn't
absolutely,
it?
yeah. It'll be interesting what Jamieson plays here, because she has a 6-point thing, but I find that they'll still play aggressively.
I think so. See, we're still only in the second of the 4 ends.
Yes,
so.
yeah, and she's got plenty of balls to play with, and
yeah.
She'll try and dislodge that red and move it out of the road. That just shows an example of where Ivy's ball has been placed. It's made it a little bit harder for Jamieson.
It's a really good spot. Would moving that blue ball away make it easier for Jamieson now to dislodge the...
Yeah, and then she has blue balls at the back of the jack, so she can attack. She can attack it if she wishes, and that would push the jack back towards her blue balls.
Mm. A lot of people don't think that you can actually move the jack. You don't have to play the jack where it is.
No, it can be rolled around.
If it suits you, you can move it backwards.
So that was a rock hard ball. So I'd say Jamieson was one to get rid of the red.
Yep.
And then
and she's turned
potentially push it to the back.
Yep.
But now she'll go for placement. So almost the same as what Ivy was doing with a ball between the red and the blue, red and the jack, and then it makes it hard for Ivy. We'll see what she does. I think she's mic'd up.
So the referee indicating that it's so close that you can't pick it by eye, it'll have to be measured. Pair of calipers.
So where we're sitting, we sort of can't see how close the red and the blue is, so we rely on the referee Lucy to tell us which one's closer.
Even as a player, it's hard to tell at a distance. So I always suggest to my players that they come out and actually have a look close to the head.
Yeah, it's totally different sitting in their chair in the player's box to 5 metres away if they're close.
So blue to play.
From our position here, we would think that the blue was closer.
Yep.
But the red is, so Jamieson will need to go again.
So just nudge the blue ball back onto the jack, do you think, John?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. Like she's got 6 points, and if she can just hold this, and she's
it's
still got,
almost
she's still got
defending your lead.
Yeah. She's still got 3 shots.
Yeah.
And that's what she's done. She's been able to move that up. So now there's a little bit of work for Ivy to be able to, dislodge that blue.
And Ivy's got 3 balls left to do that with. So she'd be wanting to hit that blue ball slightly off centre, do you think?
Yeah, because the red is on the right of the jack, if she can push that blue and dislodge it, you don't want to be pushing your red away though.
Yeah,
it
that's the risk.
That's the risk, yeah.
So this is a very important lineup.
Yeah, this one's important in that.
The ramp operator there making minute adjustments to the line that the ball is going to follow when it comes down the ramp, instructed by Ivy. as we said earlier, the ramp operators can only do what the athletes tell them to do. They can't make decisions.
And they're an extremely important part of the team. They need to understand exactly the communication because they can't talk to them. They just have to take instructions.
Yep.
And it's frustrating when it's a little bit of a danger that was going to happen there.
Yep.
But for the ramp assistants, it's frustrating for them because they can't see the match going on. They've got their back to the...
They can sometimes tell if there's a cheer after their athlete releases the ball, but that's all they know. Yeah. I was talking to Dan Michelle earlier about the relationship between the ramp operator and the player and how vital that is. You can't just have anybody just sort of walk up on the day and say, I can help you do this.
And
as you're saying, the communication is vital.
Yeah, and it's a commitment from them. We find that ramp assistants do it for years and years and years for their players, and so it's a commitment from both sides. So that was a good shot by Ivy. From where we sit, it's just on the right of the jack, but the blue's still holding the point.
Yeah. And another defensive shot there.
It's a defence, yeah. So Jamison will come out and have a look at the balls because from where she's sitting it would be totally different. And I believe that she may have indicated that she will play off now. So the referee, so she's not going to play her last shot.
Not to play.
Play. She'll take the 1 point, and the referee then removes the ball.
The fear being there that with her last ball she might knock the red ball.
There is absolutely there is none of them should have play another shot if you're holding that in that situation.
Yeah, that's right. Desperation is not what it's about for Jamieson at this point.
And Jamieson would like to ideally win each end, even if it's just by one.
So the referee says 1 to blue, so that's 1 point to Jamieson. Wait for it to come up on the scoreboard. Okay, so there's 1 minute now for the coaches to confer with their charges and the ramp operators to pick up the balls and get them back into the box. Queensland coach going up to talk to Ivy about her game. And the New South Wales coach sitting here talking into a microphone. But I think Jamieson can manage without me.
I think she'll probably do a good. But coaching's important, though, Phil.
Oh, it is.
We need to have our coaches. Bruna coming through the ranks now, and doing a great job up in Queensland. I've been involved for a long time, but we need the next generation coming through. It's just so important. We were talking about before the ramp assistance and whatever, but refereeing and coaching is extra. Coaching is an area that I think we to build on.
Yeah, and there's a lot of coach development work being done in Australia at the moment too, which is lovely to see.
Yeah. And it gives some pathways for people that want to be involved and you don't have to be a boccia player to be a coach. And
in fact, in my local club, we found somebody who was coach of a skydiving team and taught her about boccia. She knew about coaching, we knew about boccia, and she was a wonderful coach for many years. So if there are any coaches of any sport that are with us at the moment, then maybe contact your local boccia club and see what you can do about helping them out with some coaching.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think if you're a coach of any sport and you're successful at it, that's what we want to look at. You don't have to know anything about boccia. It's the way that how you present yourself, and your skills can be developed. We can teach those to a coaching.
That's right. Yep.
It's a mental game. They're out there on their own. They don't have support. Especially in singles. The coach can come at the end of the 1 minute, and the 1 minute at the change of each end. But when they've got to play those 6 shots, they're on their own. They've got to make their own decisions.
And I think too that's the wonderful thing about boccia. For perhaps some people who play boccia don't have a lot of agency over what they do in their lives, and when you're out on the boccia court, every decision is yours, and you own that decision, whether it's a good decision or a bad decision, and I think that brings a lot of dignity to people who otherwise haven't had that in their lives.
Absolutely. I've always indicated that boccia is a sport that, irrespective of your disability and how severe it is, you can still play boccia. We make arrangements with ramps, and so if you can't throw a ball, you can still play boccia.
Yep. Yeah, that's a very short jack.
That is a very short jack.
Yes.
So that length of jack in the world of boccia, in what my son plays in, it's classification BC2. The world is now playing it like that.
Right.
The top 2 players that are from the Asian countries and from Thailand, they just get it over the line. And we'd never have thought of that in the past.
No.
And, so this will be an interesting. I always find short ends are really interesting. This will be an interesting.
Especially with very hard balls on ramps, controlling them at that distance. Well done, Ivy. The jack, I should have mentioned, has to go over that V-shaped green line. That's its only purpose, the green V line. Any other ball can be behind it, but the jack has to be in front of it.
Yeah. And if there are balls that don't go over that V line of the coloured balls, it doesn't matter.
No.
It's only the jack that needs to go over that line.
That's right.
So I get a little bit excited when they're short ends. How they play them, and
it swings backwards and forwards, doesn't it? Everybody plays long, so you play short, and then everybody starts to play short. So you have to start thinking about playing long again, so that you're staying ahead of the game. It's
because I find that the short ends, because it's so close, like Jamison has just done, she's knocked the red out of the road. She'll put the ball on the jack, then potentially Ivy then knocks that off the jack, and, and it's to and throw. And
it's a bit like an opening gambit in chess.
Yes.
I take your pawn, you take my pawn. Okay, let's get on with the game now.
Leave it down to the last ball.
Yes, that's right.
So I believe that the shot for Jamison here would be to put it on the white to the right-hand side where the red is, so that would be blocking Ivy. From a Queensland perspective, I hope she doesn't do that.
Wedge it into the gap there.
Yeah. And
maybe just nudge the red back
slightly, and then block Ivy off. So she'd have a rock hard ball there.
Very low in the.
Yep.
I think that's done the trick. Very good control with a rock hard ball from very low down on the ramp.
So Ivy now would attack, I believe, the that end. So she'll try and push the blue out of the road. And it doesn't really matter if the jack goes backwards a bit, as long as she dislodges that blue off the jack.
With it being a hard ball, when she knows it's a hard ball, would that make it easier for her to remove the ball?
So Ivy now is going to the right to the extension, so she'll have a lot of power there. And to me, it would be a case of just breaking that up.
Right.
Yeah.
Just breaking it apart.
Breaking it apart.
And then we'll start again.
And then we'll start again.
Yeah.
It's amazing what players like Ivy can do where they're restricted with their movement and be able to play it at this standard. Yeah, so that was a good effort. So she would have a look at the jack now. She would have a.
Yeah, she's got a better angle on it. It's a bigger target, I suppose. Really.
Yes. Yeah. So we can't see how close the blue is to the jack.
No, that's very deceptive from where we are.
So if the blue is not right on the jack,
just hold
Ivy
it.
would be able to just push the blue to the right, to the left a little bit, and then hold, hopefully.
So no need to do anything dramatic at this point?
Not at this point, no.
Just get a good hold on
without
the jack.
being able to see it clearly from here, I think she would do a placement shot and ideally just knock the blue back a little bit. Yeah, a little bit unlucky there. The red balls bounce back. So now Jamieson gets a clear shot of the jack.
Yeah, it's open for Jamieson, moving the ramp over to the other side of the box to give it the best possible line.
Yeah. And a lot of the time they don't just want to put the ball on the jack. It's putting it on the side of the jack and blocking the opposition.
Yep. It's got to be in the right spot on the jack. Yep. Which, from Jamieson's point of view, would be a little bit to our right.
To our right, yeah.
Ramp operator just asking her which ball she'd like to use. Checking the height that ball has to be put at on the ramp to do the job that she wants it to do. Pretty good, although it is hard to tell from here. Referee says she has to measure.
I think Jamieson would be a little bit disappointed with that, being so close.
I'd have liked it to have gone up and sat right.
Yeah, sat right on it and be just to the right from where we look at it.
Yep. I think the referee would have been happier with that too. She wouldn't have had to get down on her knees and measure it. So blue is closer. And
so it opens up an opportunity for Ivy here to push the blue just to the left and placement.
Yep.
From where we sit, so can be a bit deceiving.
Yeah. Maybe even try to get it between the blue and the white if there's enough room there.
Yeah. So we can't see that because there'd be a fair gap there. So I think if she can go between the blue and the red and put it on the jack and push that blue to the right
and that
or
would
to
then
our
make
left.
it very hard for Jamieson to do anything about that. Wedged that in quite nicely there.
So Ivy's got two balls sitting on each other and then on the jack, so it's making it a tight end.
I'm sure Jamieson's got something up her sleeve. Again, maybe just blow the whole thing apart.
She's got two choices. She either tries to put, with her lead, I'd be exploding it and breaking it up. She's still got three balls. And it looks like that's what she's going to do. She's going right, the full extension, so she'll try and explode that end. And that's opened it up, so it's a good shot. And we can see the ball rolling on the court, so that's a rock hard one.
Yep. So moving it back now, the ramp more central in the box.
So I believe that Jamison now would push up that blue of hers onto the jack.
Onto the jack,
Yeah.
yep. Ivy with 2 balls left. Still may have a chance of doing something if she does that, but
It'll depend on this shot. How Jamison if she jams it in, it'll make it a little bit hard for Ivy, but we'll see at the end of this shot.
Yep.
Yeah,
the blue ball's gone back up and jammed in by another blue ball.
Yeah, that's the ideal position. They're cushioned right up there now, and it'll be hard for Ivy because there's a blue also at the back of the jack.
Yeah, so if the jack goes backwards, they'd still be holding.
Yeah, a good effort. She's pushed her.
I'm seeing a little space there where she could push that ball in between the blue and the red ball. Maybe with her next ball, try hammering that in a bit further.
Yeah, push it in. Yeah, and it could be 1-1, or even just push the jack back slightly away from Jamison's blue that's sitting on the jack at the moment.
Yep.
Just a bit unlucky there. She knocked her own ball back.
Jam coming out to have a look now.
And there was a bit of a time thing there. Ivy had to rush it. She was running out of time, and that makes it a bit hard. Where I think if she'd had a little bit more time,
used every last second. I think, according
and it's
to the
right
clock,
down to the 0 clock.
And
So Jamison's decided.
You do make a bad. You rush your decision in those sort of situations, don't you? And maybe not take as much time to set it up as you should.
Yeah. And Jamison's done the same as on the last end. She's holding. There's no chance really of her getting another point, so she's accepted the point, and referee Lucy has collected the ball, and so one blue to Jamison.
So having got that early lead,
huge.
Jamison now just.
Oh, she just blocks out the game. Take a point. Don't take any dangerous shots and risks.
And just make it as hard as she can for Ivy.
Yep. As we've seen, there's been 2 ends with only a point in it, and that's 6 points at the start.
Yeah,
it's made it very hard for Ivy.
Conversation with Bruna, the coach from Queensland, about how they might wind things back. But once you're more than 6 behind, then
I think the conversation would be with Ivy. Just enjoy the last end.
Yep.
You know, don't be afraid. You know, you can't win. The score's beyond you. But go out there and just give it your best shot and enjoy that last end, and don't be afraid to be aggressive if you wish.
Yep. And maybe take an end of Jamison.
Yep. That would be the goal.
Yep.
To try and get a point in this last end.
Yeah.
So I think Jamison likes that 5 metre length.
She does, doesn't she? Yeah,
that's exactly the same spot almost.
Both her jacks in this game have gone to that spot. And off to the left-hand side of the court as we look at it, makes it a slightly longer, slightly harder shot for Ivy, rather than putting it in the middle of the court.
Yeah, so they go to the edges, so it adds probably about half a metre to the shot. From the red position, that's still not a bad shot. What Jamison's done, because it's still in Ivy's way.
Yeah.
Even though it's not
any
on the
ball
jack.
that's relatively close to the jack but is blocking your opponent's access to is a useful ball, isn't it?
And sometimes it even can be better than being on the jack. It stops them giving them a target to be able to smash out.
Yeah. They'd almost have to knock it up onto the jack first and then knock
Then
it
have
away.
then have a crack at.
Yeah. In my playing days, I like to bring the sideline into play too. That if you're playing somebody who does like to play power shots, and you get your ball over near the sideline, there's a fair chance that 2 or 3 of their balls are going to go out over the side and be out of play.
Yeah, so Phil, with you being a thrower, in the old days, if you got close to the sideline, you'd knock it out and put another ball in the middle. And
you'd have to be very careful that your opponent can't do that.
Yeah.
Because it would go on the cross that you can see in the middle of the court there.
So we just indicated that ball was not on the jack, and so Ivy's had to try and push it out of the road, and all she's done is just push it up even closer. So it was a good shot by Jamison, even though it wasn't right on the jack. But I think Ivy should continue to have a crack at smashing it.
Yeah.
Nothing gained, nothing lost.
That's right.
So she has opened it up slightly, so Ivy would have some look at the jack.
I think once the ball is touching the jack, there's a bit of leverage you can get on the ball to turn it away.
Yes.
That you don't get when there's even a slight gap between the two.
Yeah.
So this might now be Ivy's chance to actually turn that around a bit. Again from the very top of the ramp.
So it's going for a smash out. And
now it's open.
Now it's well done. That's good to see that she remained aggressive and just didn't roll it up and accept the 1 point.
Yep.
So it'd be good to see her, continue to do this right to the end.
Yeah, I think it's in a competitive nature, not to just accept the defeat. If there's still points to be scored, to go for them. Yep. And
as we said a moment ago, it'd be nice if she could get, to get 1 point, to get one off Jamison one end.
That's right.
So Ivy's giving instructions there to the ramp assistant to what position on the ramp to put the ball.
Yeah. And she'd be looking to hold that jack, just to sit it in
ideally
front.
right in front, blocking Jamison.
Yeah. Let's see how she goes.
And that's a good shot from Ivy.
Yeah.
Well done. So I think it'll be in Jamison's nature to have a crack at knocking that out of the road.
I think so, yeah. You don't win a silver medal in the Paralympics
by just rolling them up. No,
that's right. That killer instinct.
Yeah.
She looks like a sweet young woman, but there's still that.
No, there's a bit of drive there, isn't there?
Yeah. She is a sweet young woman, actually. She's a very nice person.
And very accommodating to other players and so she's open to that up now, and she'll aim at putting one on the jack.
Yeah. She brought her silver medal with her this afternoon, and she's been letting people get their photo taken with it. And
Oh, how wonderful!
yeah, I actually got
I'll have to
hold
catch
of
up with her, and because I've never held a Paralympic medal before.
Oh,
so.
they're really heavy.
Are they?
Yeah. It's a good chunk of silver.
Yeah.
And it was just a thrill to hold it just for a second. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, nice shot.
Okay, Ivy's got 2 balls left. Can she turn this around?
I would like to see Ivy still be reasonably aggressive, because unless you are, you're just accepting that Jamison's got one on the jack.
Yeah.
It's a little bit hard to see from where we are, but there may be a shot where she can put the ball between the red and the jack.
That would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And then it'd move the jack away from the blue.
Possibly 2 points there for the taking.
Yeah. Nice shot.
Nice.
So I think that I'd like to see Ivy now aim at Jamison's blue, because there can't be much distance.
No.
That red can't be too far away.
That's right.
And just push the jack back a little bit so the red would be holding.
So she could bring those 2 red balls
Into play
by moving the blue ball
Just,
away.
Yeah. Or hitting the blue ball to push the jack back slightly.
Right, yeah. This is Ivy's last ball with 30 seconds left on the clock.
So Jamison would be still holding. It'll be interesting to see whether she just accepts that one point.
So the referee's gone to get a torch, and she's going to shine down to see if there's a gap between the blue ball and the jack.
It's indicated that it's the red is holding.
Yeah.
So Jamison will now work towards moving that blue onto the jack and just pushing the red off. So it was a good shot by Ivy.
It was, yeah.
So Jamison's asked for the score, so if the blue was holding, I'd believe that she'll probably accept that, but if red's holding, she'll continue to play.
She'll want to keep going until she's holding.
Yeah,
one to blue.
Yeah, she'll keep going. Oh,
Yes.
there's some... Oh, one to blue, was it?
Yep.
I didn't see it,
Yep.
yeah. And that's the smart play.
Yeah. So she's decided not to play her final 2 balls and take the 1 point.
Yeah, if you take away the first end of the 6 score line, the next 3 ends were very competitive.
Yeah, very competitive, yeah.
And there was some good boccia. just shows you that you just can't give them a 6-point start.
Yep, that's right.
And at this level, these players are they're all good.
This is the highest level of boccia you're going to see in Australia. Isn't
Yep.
it?
And it's world class.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely.
They'll match it. And a bit of luck involved. And you've got to have a bit of luck in these matches.
Yeah. Sometimes the boccia gods go your way, and sometimes they go in the way.
Absolutely, yeah. You can be potentially the best player on the court and not necessarily win the match.
Yep.
But a good effort in the last rounds from the guys, and
ramp operators came to collect the balls at the wrong time. Oh no!
In trouble. Yeah.
They're in trouble.
Lucy will forgive them, though, I think.
I'm sure she will.
Yeah.
So that's the end of this game. 9 points to Jamison Leeson, and unfortunately no points at all to Ivy Thorne, but a good game from both players. They can both be proud of what they've done here today.
Yeah, and it's been great spending a few moments with you, Phil, and good luck
Same with you, John. We must talk again sometime.
Absolutely, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
I say that with,
Yeah, and I'll kind of say the same to Queenslanders as well.
Yeah, thank you, Phil.
And that's actually the end of the last game for today. So thanks for joining us, and hope you'll come back and join us again when coverage of the Boccia Australia National Titles for 2024 begins again at 8:30 tomorrow morning. I'm Phil Bates. John Kavanagh's been with me in commentary. Thanks very much. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you.